1, 2. T.O.M. Teachers of Maat. Who am I today? The scribe, been forever, but the name changes with the times. I come from a place where space is home. I go into realms where your face is gone. A change gon' come. As a teen, hypnotized deep in a sleep, party and slumber. 11 life path number, a life of death that's rebirth. Recall realities to re-emerge. Soul purge, I'll lend you frequency like loan words. Before I teach, I'll spit a poem first. Step on stage, set the stage, car walking, set ablaze, divine fire. The body is divine attire, sewn from words. Sound frequency, awakening dreams. Don't pinch me every day I wake up, it's a home birth. Start from zero to become the heroes. Cycles of time causes expansion of mind. Potential is exponential. Gain XP, what your power made of. I've had to face self, face to fate, a double fate. What will I make of the present? I'm just trying to pet heaven. Twice great, 2 arms up, it's none to wave. It's nothing to wave. God separate the waters from the waters. Genesis 1 and 6. See, that source is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existing. It's called the pet word for heaven. Watchers of noon, primordial, pre-ordered, bringing order in order. Its law the scales will represent. A double gift, re-present, Ray is present. Ra, amen to the God inside. The crown will glow as consciousness grows. So what assignment are you on? I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. Serpent mind winding in alignment. Straight from Orion, the origins. Dig into the root, Kemp originals, the oracle speaking. Your aura is gleaming. The sons of God, Amen Ra, who can't afford a reason to fall below your own means, meaning reaching beyond the firmament ceiling. I see linguistics tricking us deep into sleeping. The way we live inception, I must be dreaming. Doubles, double L, square root, mirrors, reverse the image. My grip was slipping. Almost forgot the point of the mission. Statements point out all the contradictions. Blatant truth lives where my eye is foundation. Yeah, co-founded a nation. Dictionary study spells can be scary. Etymology, this here is completion. Cycle circles, dualism, wisdom. I peddle flowers. 2 eyes are watching to see through the double realm I'm healing. Never out of what's within him. Infinite reasons, just like my brother Arcad. Always remain calm against demons. Death culture, to be alive here, it's a lie here. They crossed us into thinking that death isn't living. The lies are falling through my palms, arm wide, holes in my hand. The Pope's in command, I demand the throne back. Ancient teachings, I'm a throwback. Picture that, see this moment here is Kodak. So black, I see through lies. Why they hold that, ocean motions. I'm flowing through noon in the boats of consciousness. My tongue is rolling, planting seeds, sowing. Knee of speaking, untangled quantum DNA, spitting frequencies. I hear Christians scream hallelujah, and this ain't that the name of God is God. I must bring the order back, the scales are tipping. In the court of Allah, moonshine, Tehuti is Yah. This here is Ptah, bulldozing, the one chosen. Focus, when the light hits you, just open like lotus. Melt your mind when in mind time is frozen. Blow minds, my mind is golden. Coat me in gold, I've got a gold coat round me like I'm Tutankhamun. Like his, when you spell my name, put 3 lines in. Scribe, presenting the law's findings. Who's he? I'm me, an echo of Tehuti. Yes, I do my best to do my best. Lead with the left, heart out my chest. By a step out of the flesh. On my crown is the Nemez, Corona shining. We do our best to do our best. had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn what a sister is. I had to relearn what a mother is. There is no other him. Watch your mouth, fix your lips. I am learning to compartmentalize what I find with my mentals. I could have been labeled mental voices in my head. If I speak to the wrong one, I'll be diagnosed schizophrenic. Creating pollution you can't escape from with Captain Planet. Where's Captain Planet? And it's exactly how they planned it. It's insanity, stayed in a state of sanity. But I'm the scribe, keep a record on the record, I break records. This, that, medu, nature, echo, living, lively, times 3, trinity. We are not the same, not even similes. Plant the seed, a man receive excellence, adoration, testaments, evaluation, literally. The love is real, yet they be hating. Salutations, I wait to master patience. Acting lackadaisy on your facts, I'm backed by conscious beings. I am free, can't lock the wings in. The diction is firm, call me men. A man, 3 in 1, erection, protection, firm. Spitting life into who I speak to like sperm. Creation is a whom I earned. The right to fully see it through. The heart as I rise through. Manu, Akut, lost it when I had to find you. I'm through, times 2, dualism, we will align soon. As I meditate in my room, it becomes a space of pure truth aligned with my eyes. Verbiage is time for more than the 2 eyes. I can see the veil underneath that other veil. Focus when I am locked in. I don't need a cell. Tell me you don't see the trap. Tower power over enemies, frozen over hell, reversing spells. Fell from the skies, the body is disguised. If you needed a sign, well this is it. I hope you read between the lines, left, right. After the first step, I write what's left in me. This is destiny, keep on moving, especially if you find blockage. No amount of pushback will stop this. This will get capped in stone, they cannot top this. Pyro, fire, Ba is my attire. Inspire the ones chosen, the ones open, the ones spoken. From times when life was once spoken. Enchantments, Nesu, double tongue in motion. Give, receive, keep moving and move for keeps. Keep it real, keep the master key. I had to master me. Mirror glass shattered in my dreams. I didn't like the image till I realized I am the image of the image. I'm here for keeps, keep your distance. Social gimmicks, our stories told within the hieroglyphics. Mystics, just keep on living. We're gifted. Our stories told within the hieroglyphics. A language living, just keep on living. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep on moving. Keep. I had to relearn what a brother is. I had to relearn what a sister is. I had to relearn what a mother is. There is no other him. Watch your mouth, fix your lips. Yeah, motivate a nation. Stepping out the spaceship, causing a spaceship. Faced with revealing the spells within this matrix from the Masons. But I'm the architect. Best respect, I can architect. Rule your rulership, I hold the heck. Control my thoughts, still move when the game is paused. We speak heck up, this is the best of Medu Necha, bars like Wi-Fi, we're connected. Always on time, frequency and flow through frequency. I know the power I hold in my throat. Creation, destruction, with every single thing I've spoke. Enter, netter, Kurt, show your worth. Heal from all the hurt, not a singer, best believe I hold a note. Read between the lines, you're not really lost in that. I hope you find exactly what you are looking for. This is more than words, taught myself to heal myself. I come from the dirt, no time for slacking or bad habits. Sad tactics of bringing mad tragic mental processes that lack passion. Spit fire, black dragon, school of hard knocks, send you backpacking. My eyes, when this appears, it's like magic. The fact is, when it's wartime, we go savage. Shield of armor 720, prevent backstabbing all the fiends of good-hearted beings. They don't suit the role, they lack the fashion. So just keep on moving. Keep on moving.
Hotep, peace and love. Hotep, Maat, can y'all hear me? How's my sound, everybody?
Sound great, brother.
Hotep, peace and love. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the Teachings of Maat Study Guide Sunday. Today's topic is In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was. Before I introduce everybody on the panel, we will begin as we always do with our beautiful affirmation. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki and Maat, Un and S, Nintet or Set and Maat, Min Hepapet and Maat, Her and Hugh Kiwi, Her E Koot. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Hotep, peace. There we go. Scribe, every time I hear that intro, brother, fire, fire. Welcome everybody. Teachers of my Study Guide Sundays. I am the mighty Atef Remkem Maat. I am the chairman and the Techetu of the organization. I'm a student of the master teacher, the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, the host of this weekly study guide, Teachings of Maat, a true-hearted follower based on truth, over ancestral artifacts, over religious opinion, dedicated to learning the Madonetta, and a defender of Maat. Next, we have the great general Ahati Maat. Ahati Maat was taught under the great Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. He has been a serious student and teacher of Kemetic culture and history for several years. He has written multiple books, including the textbook called Journey of Your Soul series, essays, and articles. Furthermore, he hosts in-person and online classes, weekly podcasts, and periodically creates documentaries. He also has experience in public speaking and academic debating. He is responsible for the creation of the weekly study guide and the teachings of Maat. Next, we have the mighty Menkhu Ra. Menkhu Ra specializes in training and educating youth workers, counselors, and educators about arts, culture, and history. He travels the world to experience how people live, and he shares it with everyone who is interested in learning from the research he has witnessed. Menkhu has a master's degree in entertainment and media business and has been working in the music industry and with nonprofit agencies providing program planning and promoting concerts and community events in Madison for over 30 years. During that time, he has facilitated the following innovative after-school programs for the Madison School Community Recreation, including Hip Hop 101, Music Production 101, and MP4 music programs for youth. And last but not least, we have the presenter for the night, the great scribe, Ptah Aten Tehuti, is a writer, poet, spoken word artist, audio producer, and engineer, healer, spiritual advisor, and consultant and business creator. He is a master student of the Natiru, a true follower and protector of Maat, a scribe of Tehuti and Maat. He studies under the master teacher, Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. For the scribe, quality always outweighs quantity. He enjoys observing reality and incorporating these observations into his writings and creations to assist in awakening and dormant DNA and reversing of negative hypnosis. Welcome everybody to a beautiful, beautiful show. Teachings of Maat Study Guide Sunday. Peace. Hotep.
All right, peace and love, everyone. If any one of you good brothers want to give some words before I get started, because I'm going to just go in today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, brother. Definitely. In the beginning was the word. Yeah, I know I love learning. Peace and love, Ahati. Peace, Menkhu. How you brothers doing?
Doing great, brother. Doing great. Waiting for this great presentation.
Excellent, excellent. How's everybody doing in the chat? Everybody feeling good? Shout out to you, Jamie OX. We see you, good brother. Shout out to you, Carolina. Shout out to Primordial Thought 9. Shout out to you. Shout out to Stranger, the name of the moderators. Shout out to you, good brother. Peace. Welcome, everybody. And shout out to the one and only sister, Angela Gates. Shout out to you, good sister. And shout out to Malkia Walmungu. Peace and love to you, sister. Thanks for coming to our Discord meeting. And shout out to the great, great, great Stephen E. Stephen E. Stephen E, you know, brother, you remind me of a scribe too, brother. Cause you be posted, brother. You be intently listening, absorbing the knowledge, good brother. Shout out to you, Stephen E. Shout out to everybody in the chat. I try to do
Stephen E is the quiet brother in the back, huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Silent assassin sitting in the back.
Yes. Hey, you think Steve be froze? Steve don't be froze. Steve be listening, man. That's a fact. That brother be listening, paying attention, brother. Shout out to everybody in the chat. This is gonna be a beautiful, beautiful show. I'm looking forward to this. Scribe say we're gonna get some new tones. So hey, Scribe, my brother got me back listening to music again, man. I had started being reserving my protecting my ears from the ISFET, man. It was too much. Scribe got me back listening to the bars. Got me back interested in consciousness. I can't listen to ignorance, man. I'm sorry. I have a hard time now. I'm struggling now. The stuff that used to be entertaining to me now, I find a hard time to stomach now. So shout out to you, Ani. I'm looking forward to some new tones as usual. Definitely. Peace and love.
Peace to Primordial Thought. Primordial Thought says, peace, brothers. Got your email, brother. Brother is ready to serve. And we love that over here. So we appreciate you.
These strangers say he received his merch. He received his T.O.M shirt with his name on the back. It's fire. It is fire, stranger. You see, I got mine on right now. I'm about to place another order. I got to get one for the goddess, Scribe. Definitely. I told you I wasn't going to be able. I haven't even worn the hoodie. They took it. I don't have the hoodie no more. They take turns wearing the hoodie. My daughter and my goddess. I got to get them. I got to get another one, brother. Menkhu, how you feeling, brother?
I'm feeling wonderful. I'm feeling great. Everything's wonderful. All is well. I'm looking forward to this teaching, and it's always a pleasure to be in this solar system with you, brothers.
Peace. That's a fact. It's a different kind of energy, man. It's a different kind of energy that we bring forth over here. Teachings of Maat, you know, it's a powerful, beautiful energy that we represent. Because Maat is beautiful. And it's different than all the arguing and the ISFET. It's time, man. It's time our people wake up. Our families out there suffering and we out there losing. It seems like we losing, but we don't have to lose, though. We really don't have to lose if we just wake up. Like, subscribe, and comment. teachingsofmaat.org. Come join us. I am really looking forward to this, brother. I was looking for the title. I was like, what is this gonna be? I'm excited. I couldn't wait, man. I was like fired up, like, yes. Then the intro came on. I was like, okay, looking forward to this one. I know this one's gonna be super fire. Look, I got my green tea. I got my matcha right here. Old school style. Y'all know we all came from there. I got my green tea right here.
Beautiful. Give me just 30 seconds, good brother. I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water because once I get going, I ain't gonna stop.
No doubt, brother. We're gonna hold you down. How was your weekend, Ahati?
Busy, man. Busy. A little tired right now. Finishing up some work, but it'll be a busy week too. But that's great. That's great. But I enjoyed it. I enjoy my days. It's beautiful, like you said, living in Maat. And she's something special, brother.
Mm-hmm.
She's something very special. And I can't really say you have any problems when you're living in Maat. All I can say is that there's solutions as long as we listen to the ancestors and do our utterances and follow their way. So I can truly say now I enjoy life. even if things aren't going my way, I enjoy it. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It really is. And again, I appreciate the people that come out to see the show every week, the regulars. And those of you that are new that might be coming in the future, we appreciate you too. And we created this platform so that people like you and I, all of us, could come together as one and find a way out of this matrix, this devastating society that we live in, because it's really all encompassing all over the entire world. It's not just here in the US or Canada or wherever you might be in the world listening to this. The power structure is all over the world now. And we've come to set up an alternative structure to that to give our people a way out of this this craziness, this madness that defines the individual and the person as somebody that's nothing if they don't have a certain financial, social status or a certain mentality that goes along with the matrix. And we're living proof that that is not true, and that we can function together as one. Even though we might be in disagreement, we don't always agree, but we can still function as one and do what needs to be done in order to accomplish the mission. If you heard in one of Ani's lyrics, one of his songs, he talked about remembering the mission. What is the mission? The mission is bringing back our people to our consciousness again and leaving the one we were born into, which is the matrix, behind. And I understand that's going to be one of the hardest journeys if you're new, that you're going to have to walk, because every day the matrix is beating on that door, wanting you to come back. And but you don't have to. You can come back to Maat. You can come to Maat, and you can experience this journey like we do. So I'm gonna pass the mic to Brother Ani, and I look forward to the show.
Hotep, peace.
All right. Hotep, peace and love, everyone. Do I sound loud and clear?
Yeah, you sound excellent, my brother.
All right. Peace and love to everyone who is in the chat with us live. Peace and love to all the great brothers and sisters who are watching this on the playback. So before we get started, we always love to show the support that we receive throughout the week before the show, which is always excellent. Great. We have excellent supporters, and we hail each and every supporter. So peace and love to all the great people who support Maat, the teachings of Maat. And yeah, so let's show that. Let's show that. All right. So first, the most consistent brother on YouTube, the great brother Nito Campbell, who sent his weekly tuition, $5 for support. Two out to you for that, great brother Nito Campbell. We truly appreciate you. You are consistent every single week, and keep going, my great brother. That's beautiful, and you are leading by example when it comes to being consistent. All right, next we have the great brother, the active member, Primordial Thought 9. He sends $10 support to our brother. All right, peace to you, great brother, Primordial Thought 9. And we're gonna get into some primordial thought today, great brother. All right, next. Let's see. Next we have, of course, the great brother Stephen E, who sends 2172 for Henu Nefertenu, which means hail to you, beautiful brothers. Hotep Maat, good brothers. Hotep Maat to you, Stephen E. You are excellent, great brother, and what you bring forth is beautiful. So continue to keep doing what you're doing, keep studying, and looking forward to seeing where you end up, great brother. So peace and love to you. All right. So for this week, I'm going to play a song that is on my YouTube channel. And so I was going to bring some new stuff for you all, but this presentation is packed full. So I want to make sure I'm able to get through it. So I'm going to share my screen and I'm going to play a song that I recorded. And it's called Ra Has Spoken. And it's on my YouTube channel. And I'll post my link to my YouTube channel so you all can go there and subscribe to that. Show your support. All right, let's see here. Turn this down.
Ra spoken, giving wisdom to the broken. Key holder, yet I come through like I broken. This isn't new, old soul, I've been broken. Souls I see, no shoes, look new for lack of motion. You get what you give. Energetic diabetics, they just fighting to live. Though all can seem hopeless, we live in a simulation that can be recoded. Exploration of implosions. Flow with the style of oceans. Create ions, creations to manifest potions. That is being used to help guide the soul in the direction of the highest places you have homes in. Elevated parts of yourself with golden skin that illuminates with Ra like the capstones did. Ra spoken. Attain mastery, self-chosen. More action, less moping. Better give self roses. Attitude, gratitude. Mental drill stretch the pineal open. I notice minds that are enclosed in boxes. Every door we walk in, doors or portals. A time traveler is a vessel walking because we're walking through times, even when it gets hard. And if you dig deep enough, you'll find that you'll receive golden abundance within your own soul, cloaked in fear from the childhood trauma that you've been holding. Energy you do not want to hold in. Expression through artistic motion. Let your soul spin. Hang up flesh with clothespins. Light body. Contact with the Octurian, sure he's impure from deep within. Unconscious preparation started through a process of osmosis. Ra spoken. Calculated rituals, essences, mathematics. Elevation within a nation is satisfaction. Needed for the Igun who been getting back crackers. Back when your life was the cost of getting caught lacking. And it's to this day, cause they must change. But today we have a voice and we're illuminating. But today we have a voice and we're illuminating. But today we have a choice and so illumination. Calculated rituals, essences, mathematics. Elevation within a nation is satisfaction. Needed for the Igun who been getting back crackings. Back when your life was the cost of getting caught lacking. And that's to this day, cause they must change. But today we have a voice and we're illuminating. But today we have a voice and we're illuminating. But today we have a choice and start illumination. Get hate in most occasions. Cursing others is cursing self, so I didn't say it. Nah, but I meant it. If the flow is opposition, that's elimination. We're light on light, master arts of transmutation. We can bring them out the shadows, no more hiding places. The light will show the truth that they don't want you knowing. Had to reevaluate the plan, execute patience. Elevate the diet, open the pineal solar gazing. I can see right through the veil that fear the sin is showing. We can heal ourselves from trauma all through conversation. When I flow like this, my body feels like condensation. If you can see me now, you will see my aura divinely glowing. Kings and queens of the next gen, if you play with them, you'll have heirs to the throne at you like a tarantula's defense. Mine, but I give gems, some deep wounds I've coped with. Libation, poet, son of Fatigue and Odin. Ra spoken, humble servant to the altar. Spirit protected, ancestors, light reflected, deflecting weaponry like Baldur. Connected with the creator, God is what they call it. Calculated rituals, essences, mathematics. Elevation within a nation is satisfaction. Needed for the Igun who been getting back crackers. and there's so much motion upon this planet. Whether round or a plane, there's a plan with the ETs. Knowledge is a seed planet. Rise, spoken.
All right. So you can definitely go to my YouTube channel. There's some new music that'll be posted there. My SoundCloud as well. That was Rahat Spoken, and I made that beat too. I produced that, and I do my own engineering, mixing, and mastering as well. So if you like that, just be sure to like and comment on that. Subscribe to my channel. And I also post a link to my SoundCloud as well, which is where you can download the music in high quality. All the songs that you have heard, Lead with the Left, Keep on Moving, all on my SoundCloud. So you can go there and download that. All right. So before we get started, to stranger, put flames. I was just thinking the other day how horns are coming back. Yeah, we need some musicality back. The bass is great and all, but we need some actual tones. Primordial Thought says Rahat Spoken is one of my daily plays. Shout out to you, great brother. Malkia Wa Mungu put flames. Stephen E subscribed as well. So two out to all of you. All right, so before we get started, of course, make sure you're subscribed here. Make sure you hit the like button and you share this to your social platforms. We also have our own social platforms that we want you all to spread as well. Our Twitter, our TikTok, and our website. And of course, Saba Tehuti's YouTube channel, Mystical TV, the Tehuti Podcast. So if you're not subscribed or following us on those platforms, be sure you are doing that. And we heard the great brother Stranger, who said that he received his merch today. Well, maybe not today, but he received his merch. He said, I received my T.O.M shirt with my name on the back. It's fire. So shout out to you for supporting us. So yes, you can get your own T.O.M merchandise and you can get it customized however you like, with your name on the back or whatever tone that you would like to represent. So be sure to go there, teachingsofmaat.org, and you can go there and make your purchase. All right. Next, we have our creativity advertisement section as well. So if you have music that you want to promote, if you have art that you do, if you're a painter, if you do digital art, if you own a business, if you run a business, no matter what it is that you do, you can reach out to us and we'll see about giving you a segment on our show to promote yourselves. So reach out to us, teachingsofmaat.org, and let us know if you would like to take advantage of this. This is a great opportunity for you to put yourself out there. And of course, this is a reciprocity system. So we help you and you help us. So with that being said, this is something great for the people to take advantage of, especially if you own a business or if you do any type of artistry, to put yourself out there. So all you have to do is just message us at teachingsofmaat.org. Our Discord community. All our links are also in the bio right below us. So all these links are there. So you can also, if you're not a part of our Discord community, which is consistently growing, it's beautiful. We host our weekly community public meetings there, where anyone can come in and let your voice be heard and express your thoughts, and it's beautiful. So be sure you're there, and we're looking forward to doing some great things over there on Discord. So subscribe to that. And lastly, of course, support. If this presentation benefits you in any kind of way, We just ask that you show some type of reciprocity for it. It takes a lot of time and energy to put these things together for you at the levels that we do. We have learned from the greatest teacher, SCRIIBE Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. And so that's why the level and the quality of presentations that you receive from us are the way that they are. So Cash App, Teachings of Maat, PayPal, Teachings of Maat, and we also have a crypto wallet, Ethereum, that you can also find that our wallet address at teachingsofmaat.org/donate. So we're going to bring you some wonderful information, and if you appreciate it, just show us some love. All right. Shout out to you, Freddie Cali and Big Vapes. Peace to you, good brothers. All right, stranger, just email me, great brother. Email me and we can speak about that. Peace and love to you. All right. So let's get started. So the name of the presentation is In the Beginning Was the Word, and the Word Was. So we're going to go into some deep waters here and show forth and prove a couple things here. We're going to show some things that you all have never seen before. We're going to bring some brand new information to the community, and it's going to be wonderful. All right, so let me share my screen so we can get started. All right, let's do it this way. All right. Check and make sure. All right, there we go. All right, so here we go. So in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. John 1, verse 1 of the KJV. All right, so let's dig into this. All right, so many of us grew up hearing this Bible verse consistently, that God is the Alpha and Omega, which are both Greek words. In the beginning was the Word. Since the oldest biblical writing is the Septuagint, let's examine what this word for word is. All right, so here we have the Blue Letter Bible. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. So we're going to go here to the blue letter, and we're going to look at the Greek and see what this word is right here. All right, so this is the Blue Letter Bible website, blueletterbible.org. And we can go here, we can click this here, and we look for the word right here. So we have word. Let's see what this word is. Logos. Logos, let's see. Of speech, a word uttered by a living voice embodies a conception or idea, what someone has said. Okay, so the word for word is logos. Logos. Okay. All right. So we see now the word in Greek for word is logos. Strong's G 3056. right? Of speech, a word, the sayings of God, of the moral precepts given by God, a decree, mandate, or order. What is declared, a thought, declaration. All right, so we see the word here, logos. All right, is the word for word. So it is no coincidence that logos is the word for word. Today, what does the word logos mean? Let's dig into the Masonic language and carefully show the major influence the ancient Cometians had on the Greeks. Okay, so here we go. When we go to the etymology, it says logos or logos. It's a noun, 1580s, the divine word. Second person of the Christian Trinity. From Greek, logos, word, speech, statement, discourse. Also reason, judgment, understanding from pi, logo, suffixed form of root leg, to collect or gather, with derivatives, meaning to speak, on notion to pick out words. So we see the word logos here in etymology goes back to the root word leg, which means to collect, and it also means to speak. Right? So in the beginning was the word, in the beginning was the logos. So what is another word today that we all recognize and we all know with those same exact tones and spelled the same exact way? Right? Logo. What is a logo? It's a simple symbol or graphic meant to represent something. 1937, probably a shortening of logogram, a sign or character representing a word. A sign or a character that represents a word. Okay. So is there a language known that uses what is called logograms to represent a word? Of course. You are looking at it right now. This language is called the Medu, aka the hieroglyphics. So here we have Medu, which is what? The sacred writings. The Medu, the word of God, divine decree, sacred writings, written characters, and script. So the same word that they use for word in the Greek is logos, which is logos, and logo is a sign or character that means something. And so here we have a language right here called the Medu, which is nothing but what today would be called logos, right? So it's absolutely no coincidence that this is the word for word, the divine word, the words of God, right? The divine decree, the Medu. So right from the bat, we see the complete influence in creating this language, and they tell you exactly where they get this from and what these words mean. All right, but we have to dig for this. This isn't something that they just present to you. So we're going to continue to keep using our beak and keep digging. Okay, so before we go deeper into the Medu and further show the matrix you are a part of, let's show some biblical archaeology for all the Christians and New Testament Hebrews. The oldest biblical writings are that of the Septuagint, dating to circa 285 BCE. I will show this when we visit Genesis chapter 1 later. The oldest known New Testament writings belong to a papyrus known as P52, the John Rylands Library, and the Egerton Papyrus 2, which is non-canonical, which is not a part of the canon, in the British Library. Papyrus 66, also referred to as P66, is a near complete codex of the Gospel of John and part of the collection known as the Bodmore Papyri. So we're going to look at 3 papyruses here. Right, so let's start here. Right here, the Egerton Papyrus 2, mid-2nd century papyrus, languages in Greek. Right, so this is the writings that are not in the canon, but is one of the oldest that we have as far as biblical New Testament writings. Right here in my presentation, I add links to all sources here. So this presentation at the end will be available for you all to purchase. It'll be on our website, teachingsofmaat.org, on my section /scribe, and you can purchase this presentation, and you'll have access to all these sources that I'm going to be providing, that we are going to walk through. All right, so here is the Egerton Papyrus 2. And then here is P52. Right, here's P52 right here. This little bitty piece right here. So this is in the John Ryland Library. Contains part of John, which is where we just read from in the beginning, which is John 1:1. So this is also part of John. It is the earliest New Testament manuscript discovered to date. Right, date around 125, 175. Greek, found in Egypt. All right, so this is and here's the translation in the Greek as well here for you all to read if you like, but I'm gonna keep moving because we have a lot of information to get to. All right, so this is the P52, the oldest New Testament manuscript, which here dates at 125 to 175. Right, here's the link to it and a 3D image of it. And then here, right here, we have the P66 papyrus, and it dates to the 2nd to 3rd century. This is AD, of course. So this is the earliest complete writing that exists here of at least the book of John. All right, so we see that the earliest writings that we have, of course, is Greek, because that's what you will find when you research the New Testament or even the Old Testament. When you go to the Septuagint, you're dealing with Greek sources. Right? You're dealing with all Greek sources, the Greek language. And why is this important? Why is this important to know? Well, if in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God, why are they saying this? All right, and we're going to get into it. So as you can see, all of the oldest writings are in Greek, not in Hebrew, which is what Jesus supposedly spoke and is the language of the Jews. Not only that, the book of John gives the story of Jesus, claiming that Jesus is the Word incarnated in flesh. This book also tells you to explicitly believe in Jesus, and by doing so, you may have life in his name, which is in John chapter 20, verse 31. To add more flames to the fire, the book of John does not name an author. So this is one concept that the Greeks did not steal. Coincidence? In ancient Kemet, the scribe was always named and titled. This is because they were actual historical people, unlike the characters of the Bible. Right? So that would have been excellent if they would have been able to name, hey, I'm the scribe of this. This is the book of John, but he is entitled as the actual author. Right? So there's always debate about who are the authors of these books. So I will now show you the Hebrew account and translation of John chapter 1, which was translated in 2021. So here is the link to this. It says, John, we are excited to share with you the first ever English translation of the authentic Hebrew manuscript of John. All right, so we have someone who has gave a translation of the Hebrew manuscript. So okay, now we're going from Greek to Hebrew. All right. So here we have the manuscript, which is in the Vatican, EBR 100, the New Testament, the four Gospels. Right. So here, let's look at this in the Hebrew. Here is Yochanan, which is John. in Hebrew. It says, verse 1, in the beginning was the son of Eloah. The son of El was both with El, and the son of El was Eloah. So here, the one was in the beginning with El. So here it is, in the Hebrew, it is saying that instead of using the word or logos, which translates to word or divine decree, the words of God, here it says in the beginning was the Son. All things were made by him, and without him nothing was made. So it's saying that the Son, Yeshua, was with God in the beginning of creation. So of course you have some people, because there's so many contradictions in the Bible, you can pull up a verse, right, where it says, I am not God. And you can pull up another verse where it says, I am God. So of course you have people on both sides of that spectrum who choose to believe whichever is comfortable for them. So, but here I'm just showing what the actual facts are in the language and what it presents. So here in the Hebrew, it says the son of Eloah. Right. So here it is here. The Hebrew of John. This is the first page here. And as we see right here, the first line, I have this word highlighted here. And this is the word ben. In the original pictograph script, the first letter, a picture of a tent or house. The second letter is the picture of a seed. All right, so here's the house, which is a metanetter glyph as well. And this seed right here, which is the word noon, which that's what we're going to get into even more. Noon. So the seed is a new generation of life that will grow and produce a new generation. Therefore, this letter can mean to continue. When combined, these two letters form the word meaning to continue the house, and the Hebrew word for son. So to continue, right? And the word ben is a metanetter word, which means to rise, right? Uben, which creates the ben stone, which is the capstone. And so the Hebrews, of course, took this word and ben, and they'll say, hey, this what the Hebrew has nothing to do with the metanetter, right? The Bible tells you that this is the oldest language. But we're here to completely dispel that and show forth and prove the actual artifacts and not just talk about it. Right. So here is the link to the John Hebrew manuscript that's in the Vatican Library. As a matter of fact, we can take a look at that. Right. So this will take you directly to the script here. So these links take you directly to exactly where these sources are. Right. So you can look at these yourself. All right. All right. Because of this distinction between word and son, some biblical scholars are now attempting to use this for proof that the Greek manuscripts derived from the Hebrew. Let's take a look with the eye of truth. Maat. So this is the Hebrew Gospels from SCRIIBE, the Gospel according to John, translated by the Van Rensburg family in 2021. And this is their words, a literal translation of an amazing medieval Hebrew manuscript in the Vatican Library. All right, which you have the link right up there. And here is the link to this book right here. So let's look at this. It says evidence of authenticity and interesting readings. We are excited to share with you the first ever English translation of an authentic Hebrew manuscript of John, the Hebrew Gospels from SCRIIBE, contained in the Vatican EBR 100 manuscript, are the most interesting and amazing versions of the Gospels that we know of. All right, let's keep all this in mind. All right, they are full of insight in the original meaning of Yeshua's life and teaching. They often contain the answer to some difficult and contradicting passages. So even here, they're recognizing and acknowledging the contradictions within their own biblical script. But you do have Hebrews, you do have Christians that say that there are no contradictions. But then you also have Hebrews and Christians that say that there are contradictions, but there's reasons why there's contradictions, and they're attempting to place things in whatever way that they can for these things to make sense, even though it absolutely makes no sense. And we can search and we can dig and we can examine where these stories come from, and we can see that it's taken from here, there, here. And once we understand that, then it makes complete sense, and there's no need to run around in circles and loops and stress yourself out about whether or not this is a real story here. And we can just look at the facts and be liberated in that. So, and help us understand that the Gospels were first written in the Hebrew language for the Jews, and then later translated into Greek for the Gentiles. So let me come back here. So, of course, they teach that these writings were translated from the Hebrew, right? And they only get that from what's called the letter of Aristides. And the great Ptah Aten Tehuti just gave an excellent class on that. And it's one of my favorite subjects to go into because it really shows the psyops, right? And you see the games that they play within the numbers of the specific things that they create, with it being 70 or 72 Hebrews who translated this book into the Greek. So if that's the truth, if it really was translated, we should be able to find Hebrew manuscripts, full Hebrew manuscripts proving this. And the oldest that you have should not be the Septuagint that it was translated into, right? So that right there is already something that we have to question. And when you start to come into this, it can really shake your foundation, but it's what needs to happen if you're a Christian or if you're a Hebrew, to really start to recognize that these are stories told within stories, and you're believing in a actual story that was created and written. And we're going to continue to show forth and prove why and how this happened, and how this can even be a reality. Or how can they get the stories from ancient Kemet? These were Greeks. They couldn't understand the metanetter. They didn't read that, right? So we're going to continue to get into it. All right, so below we will discuss some evidences which show that this Hebrew version of John is authentic. We will see many indications that it derives from the original Hebrew version and not from the Greek. So these people here are attempting to show that the Greek derives from the Hebrew, because that's what they have to do for this to make sense. It doesn't make sense that the oldest is Greek, right? And the Hebrew came from the Greek. That doesn't make sense, right? Jesus was a Hebrew. Yeshua was a Hebrew. The Hebrews are God's chosen people. So we have to be able to prove that the Hebrew was first. So this is what they're attempting to do. Most Bible scholars believe that the Gospel of John was written in Greek to evangelize the Greek-speaking pagan world. They contend that it is impossible that the Gospel of John could originally have been written to the Jews in the Hebrew language, using arguments such as, doesn't John chapter 1 verse 1 use the Greek word logos 3 times? Is this not good proof that John was originally written in Greek and composed specifically to attract Greek-speaking Gentiles to the gospel? Now you might be wondering about John 1:14, which in the Greek version clearly says that Yeshua dwelt among us, the Jews. This seems to show the author wrote to other people, not to his own people among whom Yeshua dwelt. From Greek, the KJV, and the word was made flesh and dwelt among us. So here is the word being made flesh, right? The word from the beginning, logos, being made flesh. Is this perhaps more proof than that the Gospel of John was originally written in Greek for the non-Jews? Interestingly, the Hebrew version of John says exactly the opposite. John 1:14, and so El was made flesh and dwelt among you. So here it is, indisputable that the Hebrew version of John was written to you, the people among whom Yeshua dwelt, the Jews. Yeshua did not dwell among the Greek Gentiles when he came to earth. All right, so they're really trying to pick and choose and piece things together to fit their narrative. So there are a few problems with this, but let's save time and look at the most important. Remember, I left this out in the section above. Let's go down. This script dates to the late 15th century, which is the late 1400s. Oh no. This is 1300 years after the oldest Greek. Oh, and by the way, the Greek, which dates to as early as 125 CE, is still 92 years after the death of Jesus. So here we are, attempting to use this manuscript here to validate that the Greek derives from the Hebrew, and yet this manuscript here is 1300 years after. This is only about what, 700-800 years old? No, this ain't gonna work here. They may say, but Ani, that's only the oldest that we found. When do the scholars actually date the story? So we're going to go here to Black's New Testament commentary, The Gospel According to St. John by Andrew T. Lincoln. Right, here's the link there to the book, if you would like to have this source. So date and authorship. A fragment containing 1831-3, 37-8 constitutes the earliest evidence of the existence of the gospel. This is the P52, which is what I showed right here, right? The earliest. This is P52, part of an Egyptian papyrus now kept in the John Rylands Library in Manchester and dated by scholars to the earliest part of the 2nd century CE. The clearest early references to various parts of the 4th gospel are found in fragments of an apocryphal gospel contained in the Egerton papyrus too. So the clearest earliest reference, right, are found here in this, right, in the Egerton papyrus in the British Library. This was discovered in Egypt as well and is now kept in the British Museum and is dated from paleographical evidence to the middle of the 2nd century. In addition, Justin Martyr, writing 155 CE, clearly draws out Jesus's discussion with Nicodemus in 3:1-5. The evidence suggests that wherever the gospel was written, it is likely to have been known in Egypt as early as the beginning of the 2nd century. But what is the earliest it likely to have been written? Here, internal evidence from the narrative has to come into play, particularly the references to expulsion from the synagogue in 922, 1242, and 16:2. Even if these refer to the decision of the local synagogue, this is not likely to have occurred much earlier than 80 CE. If the 4th gospel shows knowledge not only of synoptic tradition, but also on some occasion of material that is thought to be the editorial work of synoptic evangelists, then this is also suggests an earliest date of around 85 BC. So the best guess of most scholars then is that the gospel in its final form was completed and began to be circulated at sometime between 90 and 110 CE. So even if you find a papyrus that goes to this date, it still doesn't show forth that this is actually a part of the real story if Jesus existed, because if this man existed, then we should have writings dating back to when he walked. It should not be in 90 to 110 CE. Now that I have established the Greek origin of the New Testament, let us get back into the logos and the important origin of this word. So the word logos comes from the Pi root word leg, meaning to speak. In the metanetter, there was no letter L until the Ptolemies. The letter L was originally an R. So here we see logos, the divine word, from root word leg, right? From pi meaning Proto-Indo-European. So instead of just saying metanetter or kiingi, they say pi, right? Leg. All right, so if we look here in E.A. Wallace Budge Hieroglyphic Dictionary, page 414, we see the letter R, right, which is the mouth glyph. Ra equals, right, the Hebrew, and then go into the Coptic, right, and then you see this letter here, right, the R, and then you see this here, which is the same letter, right, that creates the logos, which is the lambda. All right, the lambda here. So we see R is equal to lambda. Logos. All right, so this shows that there was no letter L, that the L was actually a R. And this is also a lot of debate when it comes to what they call the Israel stele, which is really the Merneh Ptah stele, when they try to say this word is Israel, then they want to turn the R to the L. But of course, that did not happen until the Ptolemies. And we see that with Ptolemy and his name in the glyph and Cleopatra. So the R would really be an L, right? So we would change this L to an R, because in Proto-Indo-European times, there was no L. This would be a reg, right? This would be reg, to speak, right? And so here we see Ra, right? We have Ra here, which was never La. It's always Ra. And then you see the lion here. So a lot of times in many dictionaries, you'll see the lion be represented as an L, right? But this is really an R. This word is still Ra right here, right? The sun god, Ra Herokuti. The Ra Heramachus, Ra plus Horus on the two horizons. Horus dwelling in blindness, the Herokuti, which is Horus of the two horizons, the type of which on earth was the Sphinx. So the Sphinx, as we know, is a lion body with the head of a Nesubiti, of a Par-Ii, which is the pharaoh. So it's a body of a lion, right? The Herokuti. So which is why the Greeks took this and put it in their astrology that they created, right? The Leo ruling planet and sign. The Leo ruling planet of Leo is the sun, right? Because Leo comes from Re or Re, which is Ra, which is the sun. All right, so this word we have here, logos, is reg, right? Because there was no L. So if we look further and we go here to Re, on page 416, we have mouth, entrance, opening, a door, gate, speech, words, and disposition. So we can clearly see that this word logos, which means to speak, word, speech, leg, so we get rid of that L and change it to what it's supposed to be, which is a R, right? Reg. So the proto actual word for this, it would be Ra or Re, which means words or speech. And you see the mouth glyph here. And Re also means chapter, right? So why does Re mean chapter? And we see here, Re, chapter of not dying a second time in the Netzer Kurt. And we see the word here, Re, for chapter. So what does the word chapter mean? The main division of a book, right? Main part, chapter of a book, synod or council, literally little head. Kaput, the word kaput, head. Also leader, God, chief person. Well, Ra is the same word for Ra, is the same word for chapter, because Ra is the head or the leader of the Natiru. So So of course, this makes perfect sense to understand why Re or Ra would be the same word for chapter, because he is the head. He is the leader of the Natiru, right? So it comes from kaput. Kaput, Proto-Indo-European root meaning head, right? Ra is the head. So we look at this word kaput, right? So this has an origin as well, right? This word here, kaput, head. And we also have this capo, a pitch altering device for a stringed instrument, because this is also dealing with sound vibration, right? Because Ra is the mouth glyph, and the mouth glyph is what is used to create the sound vibration for us to speak, and the tones that we speak for us to communicate, right? So kaput. My head is like that of Ra, from Re Oput, right? The top of the forehead or skull. Oop, leader or chief. So here we have leader, a head, right? The head is the leader, right? So oop, this is oop. It's a kaput or oop. So this is the actual origin of this word here, chapter, right? Which comes from the logos, right? So oop, leader, chief, oop re, the opening of the mouth, right? What's the significance of opening up the mouth? So we see the bull horns here, which is what's used to open up, and the mouth. So this is to open the mouth of those who are in heaven, right? The upet, and you see the determinative here for hair, the top of the head, the crown, the skull, a covering for the head. So of course, oop, which creates the upesh, to give light, to illumine, right? Because when you look at Ra, you see the head enlightened. You see the head light lit up. And you'll see this in whenever picture you take of Jesus or any of the what's called the angels or any of the prophets, you'll always see the sun and light around their head. Because what? Re, chapter is head, the leader, comes from kaput, head, comes from oop, which is leader, and oop creates upesh, which is to give light, to illumine, to shine, to flood with light, a star, and the sleep and the dream. Right, so here my head is like that of Ra, and we have Tep, right? We have Tep here, and this word Tep right here is translated to my head, and the word Tep also, if you are familiar with what Zet Tepi, which is the time before, the first time. So Tep also means that which is before, that which comes first. And what comes first? The head. What comes first? The leader is the one who comes first, right? So Tep is also a translation into the word head. My head is like that of Ra. So here is an image here of a business, right? Because we're showing the Lagos. So here is a local coffee bar in Nashville utilizing a logo for their business. That is the word for Ra. And so this is actually a business that is surrounding my area, and that I noticed. And of course, I'm like, oh, okay, that's MetaNetter. Do they know that? And of course, the people here do not know what that is. But of course, this is Ra, right? Ra Hor, right here is the falcon. It's they literally took this glyph and pasted it right here, right? And what today we would call that a logo. Hey, that's their logo, because the MetaNetter is literal logo, and logo comes from Lagos, and Lagos means the divine word, because that's what the MetaNetter is, right? So Heru, the sun god, was originally a totally distinct god from Heru, the son of Osiris and Isis. So you got Ra or Heru the elder, and you got Heru, the son of Asar and Isis, of Aset, which are two distinct netters. But from the earliest times, it seems that the two gods were confounded and that the attributes of one were ascribed to the other. The fight which Horus, the sun god, waged against night and darkness was also a very early period identified with the combat between Heru, the son of Aset, and his brother Set. The visible emblem of the sun god was at a very early date, the hawk. So right here, which was probably the first living thing worshipped by the early Egyptians. Already in the pyramid text, the hawk on a standard, right? The hawk is on Maat, is used to indiscriminately with the neter axe, the word to represent the word neter. So when you see this, you also know this is the word for neter. The principal forms of Horus, the sun god, which probably represents the sun at various periods of the day and night, are Heru-ur, right? The great Heru, the elder Heru, Horus the Great, Heru-Merti, Horus of the two eyes, i.e. the sun and the moon, the golden Heru, Heru-Nub, right? And many more. So this is in E.A. Wallace's Budge, what's called the Book of the Dead. And you see here the page number. So you can find this here. And of course, Heru Bahutet, right? Heru Bahutet, which is here. So here's a beautiful image, right? The temple of Edfu, which is called Bahutet, right? Edfu, image taken by Sherry Ka of the T.O.M. So this is a beautiful image that she took herself. So this is a beautiful image here of Heru Bahutet, right? Which is known as Temple of Edfu. So you know now when we speak about the Temple of Edfu, it's really called Bahutet, right? So Ra is the head. The meta-netter is what today is called the logo or the logos. In the beginning was the logos. So let's continue. So Ra is known as the head of the Netiru. He is the leader. Therefore, his glyph is the mouth, which is what is used in the head to command. This is why Ra is also the word for chapter, meaning head. That which is first which comes from kaput or oop, which ultimately comes from the Medu word oop. The sound vibration that creates the shape of the mouth is extremely similar as that which creates the vagina and also the eyes. This is why they are almost identical in shape. So if you take the mouth glyph, the Ra, and you just turn it 90 degrees right here, you get the shape of a vagina. And you can also use the mouth glyph as a shape for an eye. So this is also why the word Ra means entrance, door, or gate. This must mean there will be other attestations of the vagina and the mouth being connected through the same sound vibration, right? Because they are similar in shape, it comes from the same sound vibration that makes it up, because all things come from sound vibration, right? So in the beginning was the word, right? That's sound vibration. So all things comes from that. So with it being similar in shape here, this must mean that there's also words that have the same tone that mean mouth and vagina, right? There has to be, right? The meta-netter is a beautiful language. So here we have the vagina and the mouth are both portals. They both are used to give birth and create life. In the beginning was the word. It is the sound vibration, whether you know it to be a tone or whether you believe it to be flesh. Regardless, it's still sound vibration. So therefore we have the shetet, the shed, which is the vulva, and the shed, which means to read or recite, to pray, recitation. So the same sound vibration is used to make a distinguish between the vagina and to recite. The sound, the mouth, and the vagina, both which come from the word re, which is what? A door, right? A portal, a gate, because they are both something that can enter and exit, right? So meta-netter is an absolute beautiful language. And today, you know, New Age people walk around and say, hey, everything is connected, when not knowing that there's no way to even show forth how everything really is connected the way that the meta netter does. It's absolutely phenomenal. All right. So the tone shed goes even further. All life is made up of mostly of water, and life comes from the chaotic waters, which is told in many creation stories. Therefore, that which creates through sound vibration must come from the waters. This is an ancient teaching of fertility we must continue to dig and study. So sound vibration comes through the waters, whether or not you're giving birth, whether the woman is giving birth, you still must come through waters, and that which is coming through comes forth from sound vibration. Even before the seed is planted, it's still a thought which creates the sound vibration to allow the people to come together and create the friction and speak and spit to create the child, which then comes through the water, which is the same thing that the mouth is doing. Oh, let me come back here. Which is why the same word for the mouth is also the same word for the phallus as well, which is also the same word for mother, which is mut or met, right? Met means to speak, which creates the word medu, netcher, right? The words of the netter, the met, which is an erect phallus that's ejaculating. And that's what we do. We speak, we're spitting. They say you're spitting information, right? You're spitting when you're rapping, right? When you're putting poetry together, he's spitting, right? And when we speak, what we're spitting. And so that's the word for met, and creates the word for mother, which is mut, which what all life comes through, which is the portal, and the vagina through the waters, which also comes from mit, which means death, because there really is no death. It is simply rebirth, continuous evolution and rebirth. So all those have the same tone and the same word because they make up the same thing. They come from the same sound vibration. And the ancient Kemetians were phenomenal, were absolute geniuses to be able to correlate this, create this, and first of all, observe the reality that they exist in, and be able to create a language that verbalizes and is actually in alignment. And it's not just words being said, right? Anybody can just say anything and say, oh, this means that. But no, the meta netter is actually created based on the actual vibration that that thing emanates. And it's phenomenal. All right, so let's keep moving. So this is an ancient teaching of fertility we must continue to dig and study, which is sheti, right? The shed, to go deeply into a subject, to study profoundly, to search magical books, to penetrate the mysteries, to shed, to dig, right? To go deep. The same word for vagina, the same word for to recite, the same word to pray. To go deep into a subject, to study and to dig, right? So you can be reborn. Plant the necessary seeds to reap the harvest and give birth through the waters. When a seed is planted, it must be watered for it to spring up. The ancient Kemetians depended yearly for the Nile flood to live. So shed is also the farm, a plot of ground, a dike, an earthwork, a pool. Right, so we're still dealing with digging, right? Was because a dike is what was dug into, and dealing with the Masonic language and the sound vibration. So those these tones that we understood and we recognized to be sacred today in the English are flipped upside down, right? So today we have what's called bull dikes, right? And from the bull, which is the ka, and so we speak these tones and walking around with a sound vibration that is not conducive to evolution in life. And here we have shed, which is the dike, which actually was the word for vagina, and the same word to pray, right? To recite, to speak, and also to dig deep, right? To go deep into a subject, but also to go deep into the ground, right? So we can actually plant our seeds to reap our harvest. All right, so here's a beautiful image. Burial chamber of SCRIIIBE, seen the plowing farmer, plowing first and second column. Behold, plowing by hand, the earth is Osiris's house, two lands of Egypt. SCRIIIBE, true of voice, Makaru. The plow hieroglyph is poor or may have dual meanings, equal to black or Kemet. Right, so here is what's called the Mer. Right, there's another construction of a wall, detail of a man with a hoe. So we have dike, now we have hoe. From the tomb of Meri, vizier of Tutmosis or Tehutimos the first. Right, we see this brother here working with his instrumentation. The ancient tool used for digging was called the Mer. Today it is called the hoe. Once again, utilizing tones to create negative sex magic to cause impotence, disconnecting us from our original culture. So here we have Mer, which means love, plow, and a digging tool. Right, and here's some beautiful ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. A session number 341193, Middle Kingdom, Dynasty 12, reign of Senwoseret, circa 1961-1917 BC. So here is a Mer, and right here, British Museum EA 41677, a wooden hoe formed from a wooden handle shaft, separate wooden blade inserted into a hole in the shaft, and a rope bringing the two pieces. This allowed the angle of the blade to be adjusted. So this is what was used to dig, right, into to create a shed, right, to create a dike from the hoe. So the same word used for the digging tool is the same word for water and love. So here we have Mer, any collection of water, lake, pool, cistern, reservoir, basin, canal, inundation. Meri, lover, a loved one or something loved. So let's keep this word in mind, Mer. Right? In the beginning was the word. Let us take a look at the biblical story of creation. So this is from the original 1611 KJV, the Holy Bible, the Old Testament and the New, translated of the original tongues. All right, and then here's the start to go down through the ancestry from God, Adam and Eve, right? Cain, Abel, Seth, Enoch, Enos, Canaan. So there's some good imagery here to go along with this story, right? So this is a whole nother class to get into, to look at the symbolism of all this here. And you see the serpent. So the creation, the first book of Moses. All right, so here is the translation from here. 1611. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, right, we're still dealing with sound vibration. God said, let there be light, and there was light. And God saw the light, and that it was good. So he said, and he saw, spoke with the mouth and saw with the eye. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day. So here we see on the first day that God separated the light from the darkness, But at this time, there was no sun or moon. So how was there separation between light and darkness? Because it wasn't until the third day when God created the sun and the moon to separate light and darkness, right? The greater light and the lesser light. So from the very beginning, there's a major contradiction in this biblical story of creation. So when God called the light day and the darkness he called night, and the evening and the morning were the first day. Can't have a morning without a sun. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. Genesis 1:6. See, that source is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existing. It's called the pet word for heaven, waters of noon. Yeah. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. All right. So we see a lot of, we see speaking, right? We see sight, and we see water here in the Genesis creation story. Now, I will show you one of the creation stories of ancient Kemet. British Museum number EA10188. Link to the Bremer Rhine Papyrus. Here, take you to the British Museum, take you directly to the papyrus here, so you can read more details about it. Production date 305 BC. So this is in the Ptolemaic period, right? This holds the Song of Isis and Nephthys, the ritual of bringing in Sakar, and the Book of Overthrowing Apep. So that's where we're going to get into the Book of Overthrowing Apep. Legends of the Gods by E.A. Wallace Budge, page 7. The History of Creation B. So the book of knowing the evolutions of Ra and the overthrowing of Apep. These are the words of the god Nebuchadnezzar, right? So even here, we see right here the Teched, the Met, Nebuchadnezzar. So these are the words of the god Nebuchadnezzar, who said, I am the creator. So there's already a huge difference between this story here of the Kemetians and this biblical story here, which says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And here it says, I am the creator of what hath come into being, and I myself came into being. So let me come back to the chat and ask, what is the major difference so far, just from reading the very first line of this story here and reading of this biblical story here, when it says, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form. And here in the book of knowing the evolutions of Ra and overthrowing Apep, these are the words of the god Nebuchadnezzar, who said, I am the creator of what hath come into being. So let me come back into the chat room here and see what you all have to say. Let's see what the difference is between those two, right? All right, I love the participation in the chat. All right, let's see. Stranger says, first person versus third person. Bakia Wamungu says, book of knowing, it's first person. Absolutely. You guys are absolutely on point. That's exactly what it is, right? So right there from the very beginning, we have a complete difference in the verbalization that's being stated, which this is first person. It says, I am the creator, right? So who is narrating this here? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. Who's narrating that? That's the first question we got to ask when we deal with this story here. Right? But here it says, I am the creator of what hath come into being, and I myself came into being under the form of the god Khepera. And I came into being in primeval time. I came into being in the form of Khepera, and I am the creator of what did come into being. That is to say, I formed myself out of primeval matter, and I made and formed myself out of the substance which existed in primeval time. My name is Osiris, i.e. Osiris, who is the primeval matter of primeval matter. In the beginning was the word. My name is Osiris. See, Ren, let's look at this because this translation may be wrong. Let's see. Ren is RN. Oh, and there's Ren for name, right? Which is the mouth glyph and what waves, right? Which you wouldn't know if this is water waves or sound waves. The mouth from the sound with the hand to the mouth, the Ren of Aus. That's the E-us, R-E-S, Aus, Aris, Asar. Okay, so in primeval, which is the Pa, here's Pa-ut, with the determinative here of the half circle. Okay, so my name is Asar, who is primeval matter of primeval matter. Okay, wonderful. I have done my will in everything in this earth. I have spread myself abroad therein, and I have made strong my hand. I was one by myself. Let's look at this. I was one. Here's the Uwa. Ooh. I was one by myself. Okay. For they, i.e. the gods, had not been brought forth, and I had omitted from myself neither Shu nor Tefnut. I brought my own name into my mouth as a word of power. Let's see the on. I brought forth, right, my own name, right, my own Ren into my mouth as a word, what the Heka'u, as a word of power. Okay, so here we see Nebuchadnezzar, who says, my name is Asar, my name is Osiris. I brought my own name into my mouth as a word of power. In the beginning was the word. And I forthwith came into being under the form of things which are and under the form of Khepera. I came into being from out of primeval matter, and from the beginning I appeared under the form of multitudinous things which exist. Nothing whatsoever existed at that time in this earth. Nothing whatsoever existed at that time in this earth. And it was I who made whatsoever was made. I was one by myself, and there was no other being who worked with me in that place. I made all the things under the forms of which I appeared then by means of the soul God, by means of the Ba, which I raised into firmness at that time from out of Nu, from a state of inactivity. So which I raised into firmness, which means exist. The word exist means to make firm. So which I raised into existence, which I raised into firmness at that time from out of Nu, right? Nu with the pots of that holds the water and the water waves. And here's the Mer, which is also
The word it was speaking of earlier, that means water or reservoir. This is a canal, and this is Mer, and Nu, which is the heavens, the pet. So out of Nu, from a state of inactivity, I found no place wherever there whereupon I could stand. And this is one of my favorite glyphs too. I love this glyph, which means it says, I have found no place. So right here, and we actually use that today when we say no. So that's an easy glyph for everyone to remember. To not, right? Or no place, or to not. I found no, and there's the Kimber, the dig, right? I found no place in which I could stand. I worked by the power of a spell by means of my heart, right? The Aket of my Ebe. I laid a foundation for things before me, right? So I laid a foundation, which is what? Maat. And you see that in the creation A. It actually uses the word Maat. Here it just says, I laid a foundation, which Maat is the foundation. And that's what you see with all the Cometians standing on. When you look at the image of Ptah, he's standing on Maat, which is the foundation. As I showed earlier with the hawk, the word for neter is standing on a foundation. So here, Nebuchadnezzar, Asar, says, I found no place whatsoever there wherein I could stand, and I worked by the power of a spell by means of my heart. I laid a foundation for things before me, and whatsoever was made, I made. I was one by myself, and I laid the foundation of things by means of my heart, and I made the other things which came into being, and the things of Keperah, which were made, were manifold, and their offspring came into existence from the things to which they gave birth. It was I who, right? We say Ua, right? One, unique, the one and only. Right here, the Ua, the only one. And the Nu, the Nenu, the primeval waters. Here we see Nebuchadnezzar, who also says his name is Asar, raising from out of waters to become firm, who was one by himself, who created order by establishing Maat. So let's look at it at an even older creation story, right? Which is here, the Shabaka stone, right? And we're going to take a look here at this section, lines 53 through 57, right here, till about right here. And you see this word right here, which is the Ness, the tongue. I know it's a little hard to see right there, but that is where we're going to go to. And of course, here's the link to the British Museum artifact. Merriam-Lithium, Ancient Egyptian Literature, Volume 2. And this is from where I got the translation from, the Shabaka Stone translation. So here's the link for that. This text is carved on a rectangular slab of black granite, which measures 92 by 137 centimeters. Right? It consists of two horizontal lines written at the top across the entire width of the stone. And 62 columns, which begin on the left side. 24 to 47 has been almost completely obliterated, right? Because it was used as an actual tool, as a millstone. So we lost a lot of this here. As shown by its introduction, the text was copied onto the stone by order of King Shabaka of the 25th dynasty around 710 BC, because the original, which was written on papyrus or leather, was found to be worm-eaten. So there is an original that this was copied from, but it was found to be worm-eaten. The text is a work of the Old Kingdom, but its precise date is not known. The language is archaic and resembles that of the pyramid text. The present translation is based on the studies of Seth and Junker, which have achieved an overall understanding of this difficult work. So let's get down to here. If the text is viewed as essentially a treatise rather than a drama, it is implied that it has an inner unity and cohesion, and Junker has striven to demonstrate that this is the case. and has pointed out that it treats consecutively of 3 interrelated topics. Ptah is the king of Egypt and the unifier of the land. Memphis is the capital of Egypt and the hinge of Upper and Lower Kemet. And Ptah is the supreme God and the creator of the world. Right, so let's get into some of Ptah right here. Okay, so here, starting at line 53, there comes into being in the heart, there comes into being by the tongue, something as the image of Atum. So here we have, there comes into being, right, the Keperah in the heart, the hot, with the Eb, Keperu im Nes, by the tongue, right, the Nes. Something as the image, the Tet. Here's the Tet, which is the stake, which Great Sabbath Tehuti broke down, which is the original cross. The stake in the emanation of the Fibonacci sequence, the Tet of Atum, the image of Atum. Ptah is the very great who gives life to all the gods and their cause. So here we see coming into being through the Eb, right, by the tongue, creating the image. So through the sound vibration, coming forth as an image of Atum, as of completion, that which is complete. Ptah is the very great who gives life to all the gods and their cause. Here's the cause, right? Lo, through this heart, the hot, and this tongue, Nes. So through the heart and through the tongue, Horus came into being in him. Tehuti came into being in him as Ptah. Very deep right here. Power came into being in the heart and by the tongue and in all limbs, in accordance with the teaching that it, the heart, is in all bodies, and it, the tongue, is in every mouth of all the gods, all men, all flocks, all creeping things, and whatever lives, thinking whatever the heart wishes and commanding whatever the tongue wishes. So, of course, we see creation here coming from the mouth and from the Eb, the heart, the Eb, which is the heart, but it also means intelligence and wisdom. So this isn't just speaking from the heart without having intelligence or a consciousness. So Tehuti being the consciousness that's speaking, Ptah being the actual speaker, we see through the Eb, creation begins and allows life to emanate. Right? In every mouth of all the netzer, all men, all flocks, and all creeping things, and whatever lives. His, Ptah's Ennead, is before him as heart, authoritative utterance, teeth, semen, lips, and hands of Atum. Right? So we have the heart, we have the utterance, the sound, the teeth, and the mouth, the semen, the life, the creation of the lips, and the hands used to build, to create, which is why Ptah is the architect of heaven and earth, the builder, which also means to carve. Ptah means to carve, which is you use your hands to carve and create, which is why we today have stone writings. This Ennead of Atum came into being through his semen and through his fingers. Surely, this Ennead of Ptah is the teeth and the lips and the mouth, proclaiming the names of all things. So proclaiming the name of all things, from which Shu and Tefnut came forth as him. So we see Horus came into being in him. Tehuti came into being in him as Ptah. Shu and Tefnut came forth as him, as Ptah, which gave birth to the Ennead of Ptah, right? And here's the mess symbol. And I'm looking forward to this MetaNetter Monday. If you're not in that, make sure you're part of MetaNetter Monday. Email Sabbath Tehuti mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. And this coming up Monday, we're going to be going into the mess and giving birth. And it's going to be beautiful. The sight of the eyes, the hearing of the eyes, and the breathing of air through the nose. They transmit to the heart, which bring forth every decision. So the sight of the eyes, the hearing of the ears, and the breathing of the air through the nose. The senses, right, the nephu, they transmit to the heart, which bring forth every decision. So all of this, the sight, the hearing, and what you breathe through the nose, transmit to the heart, which bring forth every decision, which is a thought, right? A decision is a thought that you make, which is used to speak, because through the heart and through the tongue, you come forth as the image of Atum to create. Indeed, the tongue thence repeats what is in front of the heart. So the tongue only repeats what's in front of the heart. Thus was given birth to all the gods. His Ptah's Ennead was complete. So here we have Ptah speaking from the heart, and he's teaching that all of which is said actually comes from the heart, and which is really the word hat in the ETH, which we always have to keep that in mind when speaking from the heart, because it also has to deal with consciousness and intelligence and wisdom. Which the word rek or RX is the word knowledge, and is the mouth glyph, and is the placenta, because what you speak must be cleansed prior to speaking, right? What comes out of your mouth must be cleansed and ran through a filtration system of the placenta to discard all of the negativity and all of the things that are not conducive to create the outcomes and the results that you want by speaking what it is that you're saying, that is ultimately coming from the ETH. So all of this is a beautiful cycle to allow you to speak intelligently and with conviction. Lo, every word of the netter came into being through the thoughts, right? Which is what? What's the word for thoughts? The kat. So we know the ka, which is the double, the image. Kat is also thoughts. And guess what kat also is as well? The vagina. The heart and the command by the tongue, right? So here we have the ETH, the heart, middle, interior, sense, wisdom, understanding, intelligence, attention, intention, disposition, manner, will, wish, desire, the mind, right? Came into being through the thoughts, right? To give birth, which is why it's the same word as vagina, because a thought gives birth to reality. Courage and lust, which lust comes from the word lascivious, which just means to desire or to be playful, right? Ultimately, it was to be playful, right? Which is a childlike, youthful thought process that you want to maintain to be able to create, right? To maintain the youthfulness within your consciousness to stay young. In this creation story, Ptah is the consciousness of creation, and all things are created through him by the way of the tongue and the heart, the ETH. So with these two ancient stories, we see creation manifesting through the tongue, the ness, the heart, the ETH, and through the waters. Conscious sound vibration out of Nu. Now let's go back to the word Mer, that means water and love. So right here, we're back at this word Mer, which means water, and the hoe that's used to dig, to go deep into a subject, the shed. A lover, right? The Meri. So what if I told you the word Mer is also the word for tongue? So we see here, the Ness, which is the word for tongue, is also Mer, tongue, overseer, and guide. Because the tongue guides your consciousness. and your consciousness guides your tongue, and all comes from the Ebe and the heart, and that you must siphon and decipher. So you must be the captain of your own ship and make sure that you are conscious of what it is that you're saying, and not just speaking flamboyantly and however you like, without filtering it through. Because a lot of times we hear to speak from the heart, to speak from the Eve, you must speak from your heart, and people think that that's just meaning that whatever comes, you should just speak it. And no, that's not what we should do, right? And from the great ancestor of Amen and Mope, who was the silent one, right? To be silent, to observe your reality, to take in through your senses, which ultimately is what? The Uwachit, which is the eye of Heru, which are the 6 senses, which are also mathematical fractions. So through the eye, we must be able to calculate through our senses so we can take in, because what we take in is what creates what's in our heart, and what it is in our heart is what we speak, right? And it comes from the Mer. So we must speak, right, from a place of love. So it's connected to your Ebe, right? And this is why the Matrix is so real, because all of this is forgotten about, and none of this is taught in any other system. And of course, this is the origin, and it's so beautiful, and it really snaps you out of that matrix and gives you a guide, right? The mirth and ness, it gives you an overseer to attain the results that you want to see, right? So the word for tongue, heart, and waters is which started and continues creation is Mer. And then we have Ta Meri, the land Meri, i.e. Egypt. So this is also the name of Kemet. It's Ta Meri, right? The land of the tongue, the land of love, the beloved land, the land of inundation. It's beautiful. All right, so here we're going to get into Genesis 1 and ancient Egyptian creation myths, right, by Gordon H. Johnston. And we're going to look here who this is. Professor of Old Testament Studies. He has a BA, a THM, and a THD, a theology degree. And here's his number if you would like to call him. Check his credentials, right? He possesses a specialist depth and generalist breadth. Known for thorough research and meticulous detail, he delights in helping students see the broad themes that unify the scriptures. He has degrees in classical Greek, biblical Hebrew, and Hebrew and Semitic languages, as well as postdoctoral study in Hittite as visiting research professor at the University of Chicago. His research teaching interests include wisdom literature and biblical theology. Dr. Johnston has published numerous articles in scholarly journals, contributed to the Net Bible, and co-authored a monograph entitled Jesus the Messiah. So that is the author of this right here in the Bibliotheca Sacra 165. This is pages 178 through 194. And we're not going to read all of this, but this is who we're talking about here. So for more than a century, biblical scholars have generally read the Hebrew creation account in Genesis 1 in the light of parallels from Mesopotamia, particularly the Enuma Elish, and more recently, the Ugaritic literature. Both describe divine conflict with the mythical waters of chaos. Despite its popularity, there are two fundamental problems which suggesting that the Enuma Elish provides the conceptual background of Genesis 1 creation account. First, although Enuma Elish and Genesis 1 each begin by mentioning the original primordial waters from which creation would eventually emerge, the etymological connection between the name Tiamat and the Hebrew noun Tehom, watery deep, remains a matter of debate. Secondly, more significant, there is no hint of divine confliction between God and the primordial waters, in Genesis 1. So he goes deep into some information here, and we're going to pick certain things here. Let's see. These creation mythologies are reflected in 4 major Egyptian cosmological texts: the pyramid text from the Old Kingdom period, dynasties 4 through 5, 2613 to 2345 BCE, the coffin text from the Middle Kingdom period, and dynasty 12, circa 1991, 1786 BCE, and the Per-Imheru from the New Kingdom period, dynasties 18 and 19, and the so-called Shabaka stone, preserved in the text from King Shabaka, which is what we just went over. But dating to the Old Kingdom dynasty, dynasty 5, circa 2494 to 2345 BCE. Each version followed the basic storyline. The original undifferentiated monad involved in primeval waters, Nun. Out of these waters, Nun, emerged Atum, the demiurge creator god, and who was self-generated in the waters. And his generation in the waters was manifested by a sudden appearance of supernatural light. At the dawn of time, Atum, the creator god, appeared on the primordial hill when the waters receded. And the primordial hill is also connected to Ptah, as that's one of his name is Ptah Aten, which is the one who comes forth from the primordial hill. The parallels between Genesis 1 and the Egyptian creation traditions. So, of course, I give you the link to this section of this book here as well. So it's right here for you. All right, several biblical scholars who are trained Egyptologists point to the striking lexical parallels between Genesis 1 and the Egyptian creation myths. Of course, because of course the Greeks are the ones who studied and worshiped Kemet. So here, let's look at some parallels here. So the Hermopolis pyramid text and the coffin text, Genesis 1 and 1 through 2 and 3. So they both deal with pre-creation condition, life less chaotic, watery deep, the breath, the wind, Amun, who is Elohim, moves over the waters. Creation of supernatural light, the generation of Atum, and the creation of supernatural light, and God said, let there be light. The emergence of the primordial hill in the midst of Nun, the creation of the firmament in the midst of the waters, which is Nun. Procreation of the sky, Shu, when Nun was raised over the earth. The creation of the sky when waters were raised above the firmament. The formation of heavenly ocean, Nut, by separation. Formation of heavenly ocean when waters were separated. Separate the waters from the waters. The formation of dry ground, Geb, by separation. Formation of dry ground when waters were gathered. Humanity accidentally created by tears of Atum. The sun and moon created to rule the day and the night. Shout out to Rim. Sun created to rule the world as the image of Re. Creation of humans to rule the world as the image of God. So we see so many parallels in the creation story. And here's with the Shabaka stone. Same thing, less chaotic, watery deep. The breath, wind, a moon moves over the waters. Thought and word of Ptah creates Atum, right? The word of God creates light, Atum. The emergence of the primordial hill, Ptah Aten, in the midst of Nun, creation of firmament. The procreation of the sky, when Nun was raised over earth. The separation of the waters. Formation of heavenly ocean, right? Nut, by separation. The formation of dry ground. The sun created to rule the world as the image of Re, right? The creation of plants, later fish, birds, reptiles, and animals, all creeping things. Earth sprouts, plants, fish, birds, reptiles, animals. The sun and moon created day and night. The creation of God's statues, cult sites, food offering. The creation of man as divine image, food to eat, and dominion. Ptah completes activity and rest and satisfaction. God completes activity and rest and satisfaction in the seventh day. And the metanetter word for seven is Sefek or Sekef, which means to rest. So the metanetter word seven, Sefek, means to rest. So of course, God rests on the seventh day. All right. And so a few subtle but significant differences occur in the order and framing of events in Genesis 1 account in comparison with the Egyptian version, probably reflecting an ideological redaction or theological polemic against the Egyptian type. In the light of the tight parallels, Strange concludes the similarities in detail and structure are too close to be accidental. So it is no secret to scholarly academia that the biblical Genesis is a copy of ancient Kemetic cosmology. The similarities in detail and structure are too close to be accidental, says Doctor of Theology Gordon H. Johnston. Since we know the Greeks are the creators of the Bible, and I have now taught you the strikingly exact parallels with ancient Kemetic literature, one may ask, could the Greeks truly read the hieroglyphs? How would they even know these stories to copy them? I heard that only Cleopatra could read and write them. Let me break this matrix for good and prove without any shadow of doubt that from Ptolemy I to Cleopatra VII, the Greeks could read and write the Metanetter. They imbued themselves within our culture and made sure to maintain the sacred language throughout their reign in Kemet. So yes, they are the ones who made sure to maintain the language. Many have heard of the Rosetta Stone, which was a major artifact used in the decipherment of the hieroglyphs. It is bilingual text with 3 scripts. This is usually where the conversation stops. Let me show you for the first time in detail many other artifacts showcasing the ancient Kemetic language and the Greek language together on one artifact and how they imbued themselves within Kemet. But first, we will start with the Memphis Decree, famously known as the Rosetta Stone. So British Museum number EA 24, Memphis Decree, 196 BCE. And here's the link to the British Museum website. So here we see this top half here, which is the Metanetter. And we see this section here in the middle, which is the Demotic, which is still the Metanetter in a more cursive form. So we have 2 sections here of the Metanetter, and then the bottom section here, which is Greek. So this right here allows us to translate and transliterate what this says here, right? Because we have the Greek, we understand what Greek is. We know the Greek, there's Greek speakers today. So we can completely translate this in the Greek, no problem. Right? And so these are our copies. This is a copy of this, and this is a copy of this. So let's look at what some of this says. So part of a Graham Peak granodiorite stela bearing priestly decree concerning Ptolemy V and 3 blocks of text. Hieroglyphic 14 lines, Demotic 32 lines, and Greek 54 lines. Books on Egypt and Chaldea volume 17 by E.A. Wallace Budge. And I also give you the link to this book here. So here is Rosetta Stone translation, right? Page 190 of Books on Egypt and Chaldea, volume 17. The Sultan Biti, the Nesut Biti, the king of the south and north, Ptolemy, the ever-living beloved of Ptah. So here, even from the beginning, we see Ptolemaeus Arctacheta Ptah Meri, right? The Meri, the Ptah Meri, beloved of Ptah. So Ptolemy is saying that he is the ever-living beloved of Ptah. God of Epiphanies, Lord of beauties. They entered into the Setch chamber where they met the priest and Makhatawi. Behold, they declared, thus, since it is that hath given the Neteru loving king, Henna, Nesubiti, king of the south and north. Look at that name there. Atirui, Meriu, Atui, Awa, Setepin, Ptah, Usur, Kara, Amen, Sekim, Ankh. Ptolemy, son of the sun. Ptolemy, the ever-living, the beloved of Ptah, the two gods, Epiphanies, Lord of beauties, things all beautiful in great quantities. To the land of Horus, the temples, and to the dwellers. There's that M, there's that cross, the M, to dwell in them all, Neb, and to everyone who is in his dignity or office, excellent, Menket. Shout out to Menkhu. The whole of them, being he like a god, the son of a god, given by a goddess, for he is in the likeness of Horus, son of Isis, son of Osar the Avenger, the Anech of his father Osar. Behold his majesty, possessing a divine heart, beneficent towards the gods. So if you read this without knowing who the Ptolemies are, you would think this is the writing of a native ancient Cometian. They had to decree to worship and imbue themselves in the Netiru. They had to decree this to become king. Being like a god, the son of God, he is in the likeness of Heru, son of the sun. Sound familiar? Sarah, son of the sun. And this very powerful name here that Ptolemy took on. Netari, Meri, Atua, Awa, Septepin, Ptah, Usur, Kara, Amen, Sekim, Ankh. Whew. All right. But some may say, Ani, the meta-netter hasn't been deciphered. Just look at the stone. Most of the hieroglyphic sections are broken. How can anyone know what that says? Well, this is why I am here. Scribe. Ani, which is also scribe from An or Ptah, to destroy the evil psyops and carry on the teachings and validity of the ancient scribes. Henu to them. Let me show you for the first time the Memphis Decree, which is what is on the meta-netter, in full meta-netter. Because some may say, hey, you look at this here, look at it, it's all broken. You got all this section here, you got all this, you got 54 lines of Greek, you got 14 lines of meta-netter. How do we get that translated? Well, let me show you. Here we have the Memphis Decree, Egyptian Museum number CG 22188, accession number JE 22264, 183 BC to 182 BC, year 23 of Ptolemy the Fifth. So we see this here. This is the Memphis Decree in full meta-netter. So there is no Greek on here. There is no Demotic on here. So this is what is on the Memphis Decree in full meta-netter. So, and we have the link here for you. So this was also used. This is how we were able to, because we have just about the full Greek. And now with this, you have the full meta-netter and not just a piece of it. Not just this little section here. You got the full 50 lines here. So you thought the Rosetta Stone was the only artifact we had to decipher the meta-netter with? Let me assure you that there are thousands of bilingual artifacts. Not only that, there are many copies of the same text. Let me show you. Egyptian Museum, the TR 23257, 183 BC to 182 BC. Link to the second, the Damanhur Stela. So here is another stela. It's just meta netter. So here's 2 full steles of the meta netter that's on the Rosetta Stone. So no one can ever tell you, hey, the meta netter ain't been deciphered. You only have a small piece of the Rosetta Stone. Well, that's not true. That was just the beginning of the decipherment. There have been many artifacts found since then that we utilize to continue to translate, to continue to decipher, right? So there's 2 beautiful artifacts here. Portion of a copy of the decree on the Rosetta Stone, cut in hieroglyphs upon a wall of a temple at Philae. The text was partially obliterated by the scenes which were sculptured on the wall by a king who reigned after Ptolemy V, in whose time the decree was promulgated by the priest of Ptah at Memphis. So here is an image of the Memphis decree, also written on the wall. It's partially covered, but with each artifact that we have, we're able to get more detail, right? With what may be missing here is here. What may be missing here is here. Right, so we gather all of these and utilize them to decipher the meta netter. Okay. How about the Memphis Decree in Greek only? Let me take you here. A book you will not find online. You will have to pay $155 plus tax to own this book. Right, just here. This is a book you will not find online in any PDF form. Trust me. If it's there, I will dig and I will find it. It is not there. You have to purchase this, and it is $155. The Corpus of Ptolemaic Inscriptions, Part 1, Greek bilingual and trilingual inscriptions from Kemet. Volume 1, Alexandria and the Delta, numbers 1 through 206. So there's going to be 3 volumes to this. This is the first volume, and they are still currently working on the 2nd volume and the 3rd volume, right? But you can purchase this now, and you can be amazed with the amount of artifacts the Greeks have in Kemetic culture, in the steles, the designs of it with Greek on it, the coffins with meta netter on it with Greeks side. It's absolutely amazing. So here is the Corpus of Ptolemaic Inscriptions from my book, page 270. The Leontopolis copy of the Memphis Decree, the left side. The Demotic versions were inscribed, or whether the Greek text was actually completed, there in the Vekat at the bottom of the right side. Fraser's manuscript note is worth quoting verbatim. The text begins on the left face. Thus it contains in 55 lines, 1 through 11, of the Rosetta Stone, 126, which that is these numbers here are the corpus numbers. So this right here is Corpus 122. So the Rosetta Stone is Corpus 126, while the right contains 30 lines. Were inscribed at the bottom of the left face. The right face is uninscribed after Iapis, and there is a considerable blank space. The greater part of the Greek text was thus not inscribed. The front face, if was ever inscribed, presumably carried the hieroglyphic and Demotic versions. The letters on the right face are the most important part, considerably larger and more widely spaced than those of the left face. The text below marks in superscript the corresponding lines, divisions in the Rosetta Stone, We do not offer a translation, but refer to the full version in 126. So left side, lines 1 through 11, indicated with superscript numbers. All right, so here's the Greek written down here from this stone, which is the Memphis Decree. So more information. We have more to pull from. Alexandria Greco-Roman Museum, inventory number 21352. October 11th, 197 BC to October 10th, 196 BC. And the Trismegistos number, because all of these are documented in what's called the Trismegistus, which is what Tehuti. Trismegistus, 3 times great. Tehuti, the 3rd times great. And this is where they keep all of it documented. And I have that link there. And this will give you a small amount of detail. It will not give you complete access to it because you have to purchase subscription to this system here if you want to gain access to this information. This is not free information. Now, before moving forward from proving we have everything needed to decipher the metanetter, let me put the nail in the coffin and show you another important stela that dates even older than the Rosetta Stone and also played a major role in the decipherment. For the first time, let me present to you another bilingual stele, the Canopus Decree, the Com El Hisson Stele, CG 22186, March 7th, 238. So we have this here, and I also have the transliteration for you. So we have this here, the Canopus Decree, which once again here is the Metanetter hieroglyphics. Here is the Demotic, and then here is the Greek. And here's a link to this in the Cairo Museum. So this is also a very vital artifact that was used to help with the decipherment of the Metanetter. It's not just the Rosetta Stone. Books on Egypt and Chaldea, volume 19 by E.A. Wallace Budge. I have the link for you here. Those who are in Ta-Meret, the Ta-Mert, Ker, the majesty of the king of the south and north, Ptolemy, ever living of Ptah, beloved, son of Ptolemy and Arsinoe, the 2 brother gods, priest of Alexandros, whose word is law, and of the 2 brother gods and of the 2 good-doing gods, Apollonides, son of Motion, was Menecratia, the daughter of Philemon, bearer of the basket, before Arsinoe, Philadelphus. On day this decree, Sekau, decree, were the chiefs of temples, servants of the gods, those over the secrets of the gods, the libationers. So once again, this is another decree that the Ptolemies would have to recite and decree, right? Which once again goes back to what? The logos, the word, which goes back to re, which means to speak and to decree something. In the beginning was the word. The Ptolemies, without a doubt, could read and write the Metanetter and even made sure to preserve it. This is the reason why the biblical stories echo the Kemetic story so closely. They stole all of the ancient sacred writings and gave birth to the false matrix we live in today, starting with the Septuagint. In the beginning was the word. Remember the word I told you to keep in mind from earlier? Pet or Ptah, right? Which comes from here. And if I might not even have showed you guys this. Well, let me show you here. Ptah, right? The architect of heaven and earth, the master craftsman in working metals, right? We have Ptah, and then we have Ptah here to beg, to ask, to pray, a prayer. And then we have Pet, right? The root word of Ptah. Here's Pet right here. Flood, inundation, a title of the Nile god, Pet. Ptah and Pet right here. Here's Pet, with the two eyes. To see, to look. So we have sound, vibration, to pray, the architect, hands, flood, inundation, water, and pet, to see, right? Ptah is also known as Pet, which is the heavens and waters. He is the architect of heaven and earth, the great heart and tongue of the Neter, the creator of the sky, Lord of life, establisher of Maat. The word Pet here is a trinity: to speak, to see, and inundation. How do these three things connect? Let us come back to this. Okay, so now I'll take you here. So remember the word I told you to keep in mind from earlier, Pet or Ptah. How could a word mean inundation, sound vibration, and light vibration? So here, Ptah, the architect of heaven, and Pet, which means the sky, heaven. I'm just trying to pet heaven. Two arms up is none to wave. I don't know how many of you caught that in one of my tones. I'm just trying to pet heaven. Two arms up is none to wave. None, the primordial waters, the waves, is none, nothing to wave. Pet, flood, inundation. Right? And pet and petter, right? To explain, to say, to declare, to decree, to show, to reveal, to see, to look. So we have this word here, pet, which means all of these things here: to see, to pray, to speak, inundation, to explain, to declare, the sky, the heaven, and the Neter, Ptah. The ancient ones were so advanced and connected to all that exists, they knew that everything, including the heavens, come from the waters. Genesis 1 and 2 through 1 and 7. This birth of creation happens through thought and sound vibration. To exist means to be visible. So here we have Pa. What is Pa? The P, the stool, to exist. And the P, the pet, to see and to look. So to exist means to be visible. To exist also means to be firm, which is why one of the names of Nebuchadnezzar is Asar, who is also Min, meaning to be firm. So here we have Nebuchadnezzar and creation story A and creation story B in the Legends of the Gods by E.A. Wallace Budge. Nebuchadnezzar, here's Neb-er-chur, the Lord of the uttermost limit, the Lord of the universe, a title of the Egyptian god. His soul shall live in the hand of Nebuchadnezzar. Primeval time. My name is Osiris, who is the primeval matter of primeval matter. Nebuchadnezzar, a name which originally implied the god of the universe, but which was subsequently given to Osiris and indicated the god after the completed reconstruction of his body, which had been hacked to pieces by Set. Right? From Pa. Existence, reality. To be visible, come to light, and arise. Right? From Pi, reduplicated form of sta, to stand, to make or be firm. So Pa, to come to Pa, which is come into existence, so means to be firm, right? Which is Asar, which is also Min, who is Asar. Menu, an Itaphalic god of generation and the god of the fifth month. And Mint, which means something which is firm, abiding, stand, position, habitation, stability, and staying power. So Min, which means to be firm, also means to exist, which is Asar, whose name is Nebuchadnezzar, who brought things into existence. Right? So existence, of course, means to stand and make firm, which is what Asar is a representation of. Min or Amsu, Amsi, one of the most ancient gods of Egypt, he personified the power of generation or the reproductive force of nature, who is right here, who was pasted on top of the Memphis decree at the temple of Philae. Right here, you see his arm up in the Henu with the two plumes and the Ku. Men or Amsu is who you will find Alexander III worshiping as he came into Kemet. So this is Alexandros, right here. Here's his shin, right? Alex, and this is where the lion became the L and was pulled away from the R, and this is where it started here. Prior to this was always an R. Alexandros, given an offering and an incense with Heru. I love their incense holder. I want an incense holder just like this, with the head of Heru right here on the end of it, and he has the incense right here being held up to the phallus of men. Here's a beautiful image. This is in the Complete Gods and Goddesses of Ancient Egypt, page 115. Above, Amun Men, an aspect of Amun merged with men, which this is men, which Amun has men in the name, whose black face symbolizes the fertile richness of the damp earth from which life sprang each year. Recut block of Tahutmos III from Deir el-Bahari, Luxor Museum. And this here of Ptolemy is on the Luxor Temple East Bank. So of course, the color black is the combination of all of the light spectrum, which is the word Kim, which creates Kemet, and to dig, right? Because you dig down deep, and the consciousness is you go into the darkness to bring forth the light. So it creates the word Kim and Kemet. So do you see the theme? Let me bring this into existence. Pa for you. Are we able to see pet? It's the word pet. Are we able to see petter with sound vibration, which is also pet? There comes into being in the heart. There comes into being by the tongue, something as the image of Atum. So we have the heart, the tongue, and the image, right? So we're sticking with the sound. We're sticking with the eyes to see, right? We're sticking with the heart. So this is all sound vibration and light vibration. So let me show you why sound creates all we see. Let's make sound visible. And here we have the water sound image of 432 hertz and a water sound image of 440 hertz. And all music today, if you do not know, is tuned to 440 hertz. It used to always be tuned to 432 hertz, which this, of course, is more of a frequency that is in alignment with creation and what we're made up of, which this goes back to the number 9. Right, the 4 and 3 is 7 plus 2 is 9, which is what is also known as the solfeggio frequencies, and the 3, 6, 9. Right, so this is I recommend anybody and everybody to whatever music you do listen to filter it through a 432 hertz frequency and get it out of this 440 hertz, because this also causes distortion in your consciousness. And we realize and we understand through this lesson how important sound vibration is and how it creates the reality around us. So therefore, they're going to implant it into the music to vibrate at a certain level to cause chaos on top of the actual tones being spoken. All the chaos in the music today, on top of it actually being tuned to 440 hertz, is causing absolute destruction. All right, so I'm gonna play a video here, cymatic resonance, and here's the actual source of the YouTube, and I have the source link here, but I cut it and added something to it. So let me Let me pause this music here.
Scribe, it's no sound, is it?
You don't hear any sound?
No, I don't hear no sound. We could see it though, but it's no sound.
Okay, let me do this then to our brother. Let's do this. Let's share tab audio. Let's try this.
Yeah, you good, brother.
All right. All right. So wonderful, absolutely phenomenal experiments to showcase how sound creates images, right? So we don't see the sound, we can hear it, we can feel it, but when you place something there, you see it start to form itself into geometric shapes, what's called sacred geometry. And it starts each frequency that it is tuned to, it has a different shape. So we see how whatever the frequency is, it creates a specific type of shape. And if you look at some of those shapes there, they look very familiar to things that we are very, very familiar with. and it's based on the frequency, the sound frequency that is used to actually create that shape. So in the beginning was the word. And I'm going to show another experiment done by Harvard University. And I'll show that here. Acoustic standing waves and using sound waves to levitate objects.
We've now set up the little loudspeaker and the reflector in front of this mirror, which is part of our Schlieren optic setup. And the purpose of that is to be able to actually see where there are regions of high pressure and low pressure in the air, especially the air between the reflector and the loudspeaker. So let me turn up the volume. And before I do that, I will put on my protective hearing. And if I adjust the height of the reflector, there's a point at which you see bands of white, light, and dark. This is the standing wave, and it only happens when the distance between the reflector and the speaker is some multiple of a half a wavelength. So every single one of those bands is a half a wavelength. If I go up a little higher, then it disappears again. But if I continue to go higher, then it will come back when I'm at another half a wavelength, a multiple of a half a wavelength away. Now, in these bands that I'm going to place the little balls. And you can see the little ball settles down where there's a bright band, and that is the high pressure area. And I know it's a high pressure because you see there's a white band right next to the reflector, which is where the highest pressure will be. If I again change the height, the standing wave goes away and the little balls will fall down.
So very interesting, very interesting experiments there to play with sound and see what's possible with sound vibration. And we completely understand, because of what the ancient Kemetians left us, is how important sound vibration is, and how each of the neters, especially Aset and Tehuti, using what's called Heka'u, words of power, to heal, to create, right, to produce magic. And we think today that we have a overstanding of sound and we're advanced, but it's a beautiful thing to know that the ancient Kemetians were so advanced that they were still able to create a language based around that in the head of the Natiru being Ra, and Ra being the mouth glyph. And of course, the Nes is the tongue, and Ptah speaking through the heart and through the tongue. And of course, of what is considered and what was taken to be the biblical stories. In the beginning was the word. Right? So those are wonderful experiments, and I have the links there for you to check this out. Right? So, which are raised into firmness at that time from out of Nu, from a state of inactivity. Right? From the history of creation, from the story of creation B. Out of Nu, out of the waters, a state of inactivity, are raised into firmness. Now, let's add water to the equation. So, we're going to go to who I have heard Salva Tehuti speak about with Dr. Emoto Dr. Masaru Emoto, The Hidden Messages in Water. And here is the link to this book here, if you want access to this. So we showed words to water, right? Let's start here first. Page 2, understanding the fact that we are essentially water is the key to uncovering the mysteries of the universe. If you re-examine the world around you from this new perspective, you will start to see things as you have never seen them before. The various events that unfold throughout a person's life are events reflected in water. The individual and society make up one enormous ocean. By adding our individual drops to this ocean, we participate in the formation of society. I wanted as many people as possible to hear the message that water has for us, and so I decided to publish the photographs of the ice crystals. This act was only a small drop, but it created a ripple that resulted in an ever-expanding wave that has had enormous impact on my life and the lives of many others. Right, so let's look at this beautiful imagery of how powerful sound vibration is when it comes through water. So all things come from waters, the waters of noon, and I spoke my name. So we're dealing with sound vibrations and waters from the very beginning of creation. And this is thousands of years prior to a Bible even existed. So we showed words to water. We wrapped a piece of paper with words typed on it around a bottle of water. And this is something to do as well. I actually create my own labels for my water bottles. And I write what I want to write on my water bottles, and I wrap it around the water bottle. So I print my own labels out. And me and my goddess, we do this, and we utilize a lot of powerful rituals when it comes to this. And this is what was done here. We wrapped a piece of paper with words typed on it around a bottle of water. So even knowing that, you get your bottles of water and they have labels, right? Everything has a logo on it. Everything has words on it, and that carries a frequency, right? So let's look at it. So here is wisdom, right? Here's what the crystals form when the words wisdom are written on a bottle, whether it's in English, German, no matter what language you do this in, it's the energy and the frequency of the tone that creates that shape. The word wisdom in various languages created beautifully formed crystals. This may indicate that wisdom is a basic principle of nature throughout the world. Love and gratitude. This crystal is as perfect as can be. This indicates that love and gratitude are fundamental to the phenomenon of life and all of nature. And here's thank you in Japanese. We showed words, meaning thank you, in different languages, always resulting in crystals that were of this shape. So this is just showing the words. This ain't even speaking the words into the water. This is just showing the words, putting a label on your water. So what are you drinking, and what does the label and the energy and the frequency of the label go into your water, and let it not be whatever it is that you're drinking? What does the label say on it? And do you know and understand what these words and what these logos mean to form and create these crystals within your water? Because if it's not these words, let's look at these words. You fool, you make me sick, I will kill you. When words that indicated harm to humans were shown to the water, no crystals formed. It even appears that the words you make me sick created the shape of a man with a gun. So water is conscious, right? It's so powerful, and all things come from the water. Everything is made up of water, right? And how great of a relationship do you have with water? Before you drink your water, what are you speaking? You know, how are you talking when you walk around? You know, what are the words that you are saying that's coming from your Eve? Are you walking around giving life and speaking light into yourself and into the people around you? Or are we walking around cursed, through the languages that we speak, through the words that we use to verbalize our reality. So if we see that this is the effect that it has on a bottle of water, which we know that the human body is made up of 70 to 80% water, what you speak is creating these same crystals within you. What happens when water is exposed to music? The following crystal photographs were produced when glass bottles of water were placed between two speakers. Here's Beethoven's Symphony number 5, right? And the sound frequency, the vibration is what creates this, which is also what creates the snowflake. And why whatever snowflake are none of them the same. They all have their own unique shape, but they're created by the frequency and also by the temperature of the degrees. So when the children said you're beautiful a few times, when the children said you're beautiful several times, and when the water was ignored, right? So this has to be a consistent thing that you do, speaking words that affirm who you are and what you represent, right? This is why, like you heard me say in Ra Has Spoken, when I said, when I beeped out the curse word, because I said, I don't curse personally, me, because before I even speak it, I know it has a sound vibration. I know it has a frequency to it. There's a frequency that's connected to that tone, to that word. And before I even speak it, I have to think it. So that word is already vibrating within my thoughts. And as Ptah teaches, what comes from your thoughts comes from your heart. And that vibration is now emanating within your Eve, within your heart. And then you allow that same vibration to travel up your trachea and through your vocal box to be expanded and blasted for your voice to be heard and for you to speak it. So before you even speak a word, that vibration is already traveling through you. And it's working within your own body and within your own subconscious to create this inside of you before you even speak it. Right? So here's heavy metal music. This is the result of loud music full of angry and vulgar lyrics. The result is similar to that created by You Fool, indicated that the water responds more to words than to music. So even with the music on top of the words, it's a double hit. So our culture today is listening to what is called rap, and it's not even rap. It's definitely not poetry. It's complete trash. And this is why we're walking around so crazy and so sick, right? Because even when it comes to the foods that we eat, when you understand that everything is made up of sound vibration, your food has a vibration too, and you're intaking that and putting that within you. Whatever you're drinking, we're completely imbued in death culture. And this is the reason why we're having such a difficult time of making our way up out of it. But that's why the teachings of Maat is here, produced by the great Saba Tehuti Amenhotep Ra, and what we bring forth, right, to showcase this, to show this through actual evidence. Harmful effects of electromagnetic waves. So samples of distilled water and water shown towards love and gratitude were placed next to televisions, computers, and mobile phones and heated by microwaves. So here we have a microwave oven. The distilled water heated in the microwave resulted in a crystal similar to that created by the word Satan. And the water exposed to the mobile telephone can't be much better for your body. So here's love and gratitude prior to being next to a microwave. Computer. The water sample shown love and gratitude on the left created more complete crystals than the distilled water samples on the right. This will indicate that moderation is needed with television and computers. Absolutely. And when I do my studies and I'm at the computer, because it emanates blue light, I have these glasses here that block the blue light, because the blue light also is a frequency that tricks your brain into thinking that it's false sunlight. So it can also throw off your circadian rhythm when you're at your computer and you're looking at a screen, even at your phone. This is why if you don't whenever you're sleeping, you turn your phone off, you remove it. If you wake up and you look at your phone, the blue light is literally tricking your brain into thinking that the sun is rising. So your body starts to wake up. And this is why it's good to write and keep voice recordings when it comes to recording your dreams, so you can continue to remember those and stay conscious of those, and that helps you to wake up in your dreams. And so the computer screens, the phone screens emanate blue light, and it's good to have blue light glasses to protect your eyes whenever you're sitting for hours at a computer doing research. So Water Shown, a wholesome television show. So this is Water Shown, a wholesome television show. This beautiful crystal is made from water. Shown, a program about the mysteries of life, showing that the danger of electromagnetic waves change with the content of the information. So what are you sitting down looking at? What are you watching? And what's our television shows filled with today? Trash. And so it does make a difference what you're sitting at your screen doing, what you're sitting at your screen watching. What movies are you watching? What music are you listening to? Right? All this plays a huge part in the formation of the crystals that formulate inside you, the water that formulates inside you, the water that you drink. You're sitting down and you got your water next to you, and whatever's playing on your TV screen is affecting the water that you drink. So mobile telephone, here we see all this is very important when it comes to technology. So it's very important to always make sure that you're conscious of what you're watching and what you're listening to, because even if you think it's not affecting you, it's affecting all the things around you, even though it is affecting you. So whatever you're drinking, whatever you're eating at that time, it's literally changing the molecular structure of what comprises that object that you have. So here's some unusual crystals. On the following pages are photographs of crystals made from lake water that has been prayed over. Water shown the name of Amaterasu, which is a Japanese god, the Shinto sun goddess, and water shown images of crop circles, dolphins, and groundwater right before and after an earthquake. So here's a crystal showing the photograph of a crop circle right here. Creates this beautiful image. Water from a wash basin at the east entrance of the Hittite shrine in Kumamoto Prefecture. So the crystal shown a crop circle looked like a UFO. The water from Japan's oldest shrine resulted in a crystal that resembles the shape of the character in Japanese that means gratitude. So showing images, it takes on the shape of the image that you show it. And as you know, as I've taught through biocentrism, and showing how waves and particles, which make up your reality, change based on your observation, which is why I always say and give gratitude for your attention, because what you pay attention to is what is allowed to exist, and that is what you feed. And so without your observation and without your attention on whatever specific thing it is, that thing no longer even exists. And your observation can change and collapse a wave into an actual particle and making it more solid. So it's no longer in a wave of possibility of an unknown, because when you focus on it, it takes that wave and collapses it into something that's solid. And it's the same here when you show water an image, because the water is able to see the image as it's able to hear the image and take shape. Lake water before and after a Buddhist healing prayer. A priest repeated a healing prayer facing the lake. The first crystal before the prayer looks like a distorted face, but the crystal formed after the prayer looks like a light shining from the galaxy. So the power of prayer, which is the word shed. Beautiful. All right, we're coming close to the end here. So as Dr. Maru Emoto has demonstrated, water has the ability to change form based on the thought and sound vibration it receives. Just as water conforms to the shape of what holds it, the same applies to the sound vibration that it comes into contact with. That is why our ancient ancestors taught that all in existence is made from out of the water through sound and light vibrations. We also recognize this through technology we learned from mammals called sonar. Link, what is sonar? Two-minute video.
You probably know this sound from the movies. It's a submarine sonar ping.
All right, so that is sonar, and that's another tool that we have to show how sound creates images. With sound, pet or petter, which means to recite, right? To sound, to see. So we see, and it's also pet, which is heaven. So these sound vibrations in the meta netter are all connected. So how something can mean sound, something can mean to see, and something can also mean inundation, because through inundation, through the water, we can utilize sound to create a visual. So it's absolutely amazing. All right, so we're at the final stretch here. Cash App teachings of Maat, PayPal teachings of Maat, if you appreciate this information. All right, so let me ask a question. What are the two loudest creatures on the planet? So what are the two loudest creatures on the planet? I'm gonna come back to the chat, and I'm gonna see what you all put. Who knows what the two loudest creatures on the planet are? All right, let me come back here to the chat room, to the beautiful chat room. Peace and love, everybody. Peace to you, stranger. You're being very active in the chat. So out to you and the energy that you're bringing forth. Shout out to you, Shannon. What are the two loudest? Let's see. Angela Gates says lion and stranger says whales. Carolina says well. Absolutely. Maharu says elephant and whale. Okay. Oh, Carolina, you can't answer. You already know the answer. All right. So let me show what it is. And it's something no one will ever think it is. Of course, one, the sperm whale. Whales produce a tone of 236 decibels, which will blow your ears off, will completely destroy you, and can even kill you. And next, a whale's low frequency sounds can travel up to 10,000 miles. That is absolutely remarkable. So once again, as we always show, just like in the metanetter and the objects that we used from like the merho, which is a structure created from the ibis bird, which is used to dig. We see sonar today, which is used from whales and dolphins and even bats. So these animals have supernatural abilities that if any human possessed any of these abilities that these animals have, we will be considered a god. So number one is the sperm whale. Number two is the pistol shrimp. This little creature here can produce a sound of 200 decibels to about 218 decibels. Let's see. Yes, stranger says they produce light. Yes, they create a pocket within the front of their nose here, and they shoot it through, so it's like a click that comes through, and they have a skull that's like a satellite dish right here. And so the sound vibration is a click, it pops and it shoots to this sonar skull shape, and it bounces off of it and it condenses the sound. So when it comes out extremely loud, and they use it to find prey, to mate. So yes, it produces sight for them. And the pistol shrimp here, its name is called the pistol shrimp, right? Because you see this claw here, this claw cocks back just like a pistol. So of course, everything that we do was already created by some animal, some mammal, some fish. Everything that we do, everything we created, it cocks its claw back and it snaps its claw. And that snap from this little creature here creates a sound of 200 decibels, just shy of the whale. And this whale is, so this little shrimp probably sit right there on this little dot right here on this whale, and it's almost just as loud. That's how powerful this claw is. So the pistol shrimp's claw shoots small bubbles that produce incredibly amounts of energy. In fact, they can reportedly reach temperatures of nearly 4,800 degrees Celsius. That's only slightly less than the sun's surface temperature of 5,600 degrees Celsius. However, while this temperature spike is extreme, it's also confined to a very small area. So it shoots, it opens its claw and it closes it and it shoots it. It shoots it and it creates bubbles that are so hot it starts to turn to vapor, and it's right around 4,800 degrees Celsius, and it can kill its predator up to about 2 meters just from shooting the claw. So here is, to put this into perspective, here's a list of the decibels of sounds that we all know. Right? The weakest sound heard, 0 decibels. Whisper in a quiet library, 30 decibels. Telephone. Let's see. Let's go to city traffic inside the cars, 85 decibels. Okay, getting a little louder. Subway train, 95 decibels. And here's the level at which sustained exposure may result in hearing loss. So anything above 90 decibels can start to cause hearing loss. Hand drill, power mower. Let's see, sandblasting, loud rock concert, 115 decibels. Pain begins at about 125 decibels. A pneumatic riveteer. Even short-term exposure can cause permanent damage. Loudest recommended exposure with hearing protection. So this is the loudest you want to get to with hearing protection. 140 decibels. And that's the sound of a jet engine. A jet engine taking off is the sound of a jet engine. It's 140 decibels. .12 gauge shotgun, 165. Death of hearing tissue, 180 decibels. And the loudest sound possible, 194 decibels. Which this pistol shrimp is louder than that. So if this pistol shrimp was to hear this, you don't want to be around this when it snaps its claw. And it goes up to 218 decibels, which is louder than a jet engine, louder than a 12 gauge shotgun blast, right? So it's a sound vibration, what it can do in water from the natural animals. Sound travels faster in water and further. Sound waves travel far faster and far further through water than they do through air. Roughly 1,500 meters per second in seawater compared to just 340 meters per second in air. So sound in water travels far faster and far further than it does here in air. More than 4 times faster. Sound is created by waves of vibration that pass through a medium such as water or air. Because the atoms in liquids are more tightly packed than in gases, sound travels much faster in the ocean because the atoms are more tightly packed. So the vibration can travel faster through there versus all the space that's in gases. We must begin to grow our relationship with sound and water. We speak a Masonic language that was programmed with this knowledge and is utilized to work against you. You must begin to command your reality. Know where you sit is your throne. Use your tongue as a sword to kill evil. Speak with fire and burn Isfet at its core. I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it. The nest, the tongue, the nest, the word that means tongue, is also the same word for fire and to burn. The flame or fire, right? And it's also the word for knife and blade. The nest is a knife. So this is where you say use the tongue as a sword. It comes from the metanetter because they taught that the word nest is the word for knife and the word for blade, to cut something, and fire to burn something. So it creates the Nesu Biti, the king of the south and north, the king of all Egypt, who's the Nesu, who speaks with fire and passion, who creates through his tongue, and who commands, which the word Mer is the command and also the tongue. He's the Mer, he's the commander, he's the leader, he's the head to speak. And this is why it is so important for us to understand and know these tones of the meta netter, so we can start to reintegrate the sacred tones that was used to create the greatest civilization on the planet, and get rid of this trash English, and at least be very conscious and calculated of the words you speak and the thoughts you produce that creates those words, so we can start to band together and come together as groups of beautiful brothers and sisters, so we can build and leave something behind for our children. And the most important is this knowledge and this information, and we must be able to protect this. We have to protect this information, because if we don't, then it will no longer exist, and then there is no hope at all. So we have to do what we're supposed to do, to lead with the left, lead with the Eve, and lead by example, as the great ancestor Ptah Hotep teaches us to lead by example, to lead with the left, as Ptah teaches us that which comes from the mouth comes from the Eve first, and you use that to create the reality around you. And through the water, because it's all made up of water, we're made up of water, we spit, it's water. We have to understand that the frequencies that we use is creating all of this. So as you walk away from the presentation, may you have a deeper understanding and a deeper connection with water, with your thoughts, with what you speak, because I am the scribe Ani Ptah, Ptah the speaker. And as I'm doing this research, I'm Aten Tehuti. As I'm teaching, I'm Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti, because I'm speaking what I wrote, and I'm also teaching. So Tua to all the great brothers and sisters. All the great brothers and sisters. In the beginning was the word, brought into existence by Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti. Teachings of Maat.org. Support your good brothers, support the brothers on this panel, support our movement, so we can continue to bring this level of information to everyone. This presentation here will be available for you to purchase, so you can have links to all of what I just showed, these wonderful books, all of the artifacts for you to take in yourself, these videos, and you can have all this at your own disposal when you purchase this presentation. It'll be on teachingsofmaat.org/scribe, and support me personally by doing that. All right, so Hotep Maat, peace and love, and may you all use and accept this and be able to utilize it for your own growth, utilize it for your own protection, and to provide something for those around you and ultimately for yourself, so we can continue to snap and break out of this matrix and tap back into the original matrix, which is Mut and which is Maat. Hotep Maat. Peace and love.
Peace, brother. Hotep, brother. That was next level, brother. Wow. Yo, that was absolutely next level. My brother, you truly are Echo of Tehuti, my brother. That was, man, I don't even know where to start, my brother. Do I start with the New Testament and the Egerton Papyrus? I love it, brother. Tua for that excellent presentation, and teaching us how what we consume creates us, and that we create our own self by what we consume and what we say, and how it's important that we truly recognize that. So Hinu to you, Ani. That was an excellent presentation. And I know we went pretty long, so I'm gonna let the rest of the brothers talk, but I need my brother. That was next level, my brother. 2 out for that presentation, brother. Excellent. Menkhu, what'd you think, brother?
Oh man, it's good to be in formation. I love how, you know, you took us on a whole spectrum of different examples of the power of sound. As usual, you used the meta netter. You did your research, you did your homework. The double bubble is always amazing, how you are delivering the knowledge and the wisdom, and you have the visuals to match everything that you are sharing to get us information, to heal us, to inspire us, to give us power and light so we can move forward in the journey that we are embarking on. So Tua for the healing. Tua, I was thinking through the whole thing, I was like, I feel smarter now. And so that's a blessing, you know, when we're able to develop and grow from each other in our solar system that we're building and teaching and understanding each other. So it's wonderful to follow the guidance and the leadership of all you brothers. So much gratitude for all the hard work that you put in, Ani. Is very special. You are definitely echoing Tehuti, and we pay homage to you. So Tua, bro, thank you for who you are. I will pass to Ahati.
Tua, great brother, for your words.
Yeah, that was that was an excellent presentation, and this brother deserves support from those of you in the chat and those of you that are listening in the future. And we have links in the chat where you can go to Cash App, you can go to PayPal. We even do crypto. So whatever you can donate is great. This brother spent a lot of time building this presentation, and he has other affairs that he attends to during the week as well. So it's not easy to put these lessons for you together. The least we can do is give back to him, show him some reciprocity. But yeah, that was a great presentation, brother. I like the cymatics part. I like how you tied the water frequency. I actually just showed somebody that the other day with Dr. Emoto. I like the shrimp. I had seen that a while ago, like a year ago, the pistol shrimp. And I like that, man. That little thing is, if that thing was on our scale, oh man. But yeah, I like how you are taking the meta netter and you're just like, we're getting in a car and we're driving down the road, and like Tef is like, go right, and we go right, and we end up in Ptolemy land, and we're breaking down in Ptolemy, and then Menkhu go left, and we're breaking down the pistol shrimp, or getting into science. And I really like that because it makes it not only educational, but it makes it entertaining. And that's a good thing, because I know this information could get to those that are very new. It could be overwhelming, and you make it very easy. So I appreciate that. I could tell also that you put your heart and your mind into this. It is your passion. It is your love. And I could feel it. I could feel, because you see people that teach, and you see they're just going through the motions, like they want it to do it for popularity, or they're doing it to get likes, or they're doing it to get donation. But I can see you doing this. I'm not saying don't donate to their brother, but I can see you. You would do this. You would do this even if you're just staring at a wall. You would do this. That's how much it resonates and means to you. And to me, that's what it's about, man. When the brothers are doing this because they just have a deep love for it, because it's changing their lives. So I always enjoy when I know it's going to be long, but I know it's going to be good. And I always enjoy when you share and you give your love back to the people. So to you. And yeah, let's keep it going. I know it's kind of late, so we'll start wrapping it up. If anybody wants to jump on the panel, jump on. Primordial Thought, I know you're in the chat.
Yes, to Ahati, for that. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's something that once getting started, it's very fulfilling, and I really going through and doing this. Really, just the people get the benefit of it, but for me, as I'm digging in and I create these things for myself, and the way that I put these things together is what helps me to organize my thoughts, because I can go all over the place. So this is why it's so organized, because it helps me to organize my thoughts. And it's so amazing digging into this and learning and connecting things that wasn't taught to you, and being able to say, oh, okay, well, that is that, because you understand the process that Sabatouti has given us on how to get to a specific result. And it's mind-blowing going through and learning this information as I'm putting it together, as I'm studying. And it's it's just amazing. And I love to and because I'm a scribe, and the scribes of ancient times put things together in a specific way to even make it look good, so that's something that I echo in my presentations. And this one, I even made it to where I went from left to right, and I went in the snake formation. So I was going from left to right and from right to left to echo the meta netter. And I'm imbuing these things behind the scene to just uplift my own consciousness and to imbue the consciousness of the ancient ones. And it's just phenomenal. And this is just the result of it. So to our great brother and all you great brothers in your words, peace, primordial thought.
Hey, Tua, brothers. Hey, hope tap. Tua, hey, man. Hey, I gotta dissect that one, man. And you went all the way in. All the way in, man. Hey, Tua to you. Tell your dedication and your balance in my heart. Peace to you, brother. You definitely putting in that work, man.
Nini, thank you, good brother, for appreciating it and for recognizing it. I know you're an observer. I know you see things that aren't necessarily showcased. So tua to you for your vision. And thank you for stepping up and leading by example, and being something that the other people can look at and echo, what you did, and seeing this brother come forth and doing what's necessary and inspiring other people to do what you did and becoming a member. And this brother is the moderator. Now he is he has that privilege, and that's it's a phenomenal title to have for the teachings of Maat, of Tehuti's teachings of Maat. So you're a part of something great, and tua to you, great brother, for doing what you need to do so you can be a part of this frequency.
Hey, man, thank you all you brothers, to all you brothers for just being open arms, man. I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all been great from day one, and that's gratitude.
Henu to you, good brother. We have an excellent teacher. We have an excellent teacher in our midst, a living nature. Hail, Saba Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. We have a master teacher in our midst. We have a beautiful gift, and this is a result of that gift, what you just witnessed tonight with our young brother Ani and his presentation. It's actual proof. And just to anybody in the chat, everybody in the chat, Saba told us something a while ago. He told us this a while ago. But just compare this to the other things and the other stuff that you're getting out there. just compare this teaching from tonight and his prior teachings, and you can see the elevation, and you can see the comparison, if there is any. You guys decide. teachingsofmaat.org. We coming. Y'all see it. You guys see it. Peace to you, Menkhu. Peace to you, Primordial Thought. Peace to Ani. Peace to Ahati Maat. Peace to everybody in the chat. The link is in the chat if you want to come up on the panel and let us know what you thought. We've been going now for about 3 hours. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful teachings from our good brother Ani. So the link is in the chat if you want to come up and share some beautiful words and tell us what you thought.
I have a question for Ja Rashid. I saw earlier you said something about joining teachings of Maat. I'm just curious, what's delaying that? What might be holding you back from joining, if there is anything holding you back? I can't find the comment right now.
And Tua to you, Ja Rashid, for your excellent words and adoration that you've been putting in the chat. So Tua for that.
Oh, he said this. He said, Hotep to all the heavyweights on the panel. I'm real close to joining you, brothers. Scribe, I'm ready to get some of the good wisdom from Maat. Thank you, brothers. I'm just curious what the real close is about. What would take you to the finish line? What would take you over that invisible wall? That's just my question.
Shout out to Bejan Pharaoh. Peace to you, good brother. Peace to Stranger.
All right. And while we're waiting on the great brother Ja Rashid to answer that, I'll show the support that we received in Cash App and PayPal, Teachings of Maat. If you appreciate this information live here with us, as you see the time and energy and love that goes into this, it's beautiful for it to know that it's being received. So, and all of you who are watching this on the playback, all the links are in the bio. So I'll show from the great supporters that we love. All right, I'll show from the sister Angela Gates. She sends $10. So I need a presentation. To you, sister, and for all that you do, you're putting in that work as well, because you can always tell who's continuing to do their studies and stay in alignment, because this is a frequency thing, and as long as you're here with us, we know you're in alignment with the frequency of Maat. So to you. All right, next we have Eric G. That's it. Sent $7 for support. To you, Eric G. You are consistent, and we appreciate that. So to you and for your support. Shout out to Bars and Chains Network. First time I'm seeing you in the chat. Shout out to you. I like that name. I salute you, Kings. Peace. Salute. All right. Next we have. Were you saying something, brother?
No, Jeff? I was saying peace to Bars and Chains.
Okay. Okay. Next we have. From my beautiful goddess, Carolina Mancia. She sent 1111. And she sent 2 donations. She says, supreme gratitude, Nesu Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti, for such a great presentation that you worked so hard and invested a lot of your time and energy day in and day out to bring forth these incredible teachings. My ka is in admiration of your dedication. Henu Nesu Ani Ptah. Tua to you.
Goddess she get the long claps, Ani. She get the slow bomb with the long adoration. Shout out to you,
Absolutely.
Carolina.
And she came right back after that. And she sent this. She sent 3333. There we go. Beautiful presentation. Henu Nesu Ani with the fire heart, the serpent, and the heart. She set it on fire. Tua to you, and for your wonderful support. You know what you do. You raise me high, and I appreciate you for all that you do. All right, next we have the great brother Stranger Sandoval, who sent $40 for tuition. Yeah, this brother the horn too.
Shout out to Stranger.
Tuition.
Peace.
To our great stranger. To our great stranger for your excellent support. This brother supported with the T.O.M merch as well. And got a custom shirt. So shout out to you. And thank you for your support.
And the brother named the moderators from the pod class.
That's right.
Shout out to you, brother.
All right. And next we got in. I think this is the brother Bijan Pharaoh. All right. Let me share the screen. All right. Yes. Sincere Austin, payment from Bijan Pharaoh. He sends $10 and he says, pardon me, it is for support.
Sharika.
To Bijan Pharaoh for your support. Good brother. You're gonna be on a great ride as you go back and rewatch. All right.
Did we add the sister to the stream? Yeah, there she go.
Yeah. Peace.
Yeah.
Peace,
Hey,
sister.
greetings. I just gotta hop on really quick. I literally logged in maybe 5 minutes ago, but it was incredible timing. Just a little bit that I was able to catch up on, just about fire and burn it, letting our words actually burn away the things that hold us back. So just want to hop on real quick to say I appreciate all of you brothers and everything you guys are producing. And just that part alone was super nourishing, and I can't wait to catch up on the rest.
Peace to you, sister.
Yes, Nini Ook. Yes. It's a lot to go through. And to you for those images as well. I used one of your images from the Edfu Temple to showcase the Heru statue.
Right.
So to you for that. And yes, it's excellent. So thank you. And once you rewatch, let me know what you think.
Definitely know they're gonna get a second life with you and go a long way.
Absolutely. So Tua for hopping on and sharing your energy with us.
Appreciate it.
Yes, this sister here is leading by example. She is doing excellent work. So shout out to everyone. Shout out to all the supporters who came in and who supported. We appreciate you on a level that is that's very difficult to explain with words. It's very humbling, and the gratitude is exponential because this goes a long way, and we are doing something that has never been done before, and it's changing the consciousness of the people when it comes to dealing with knowledge and information, making it fun, making it beautiful, creating these presentations for you all, and not making it boring. We're just a bunch of words, and we it's very calculated the way that we put together these presentations to maintain attention, because it's very important to have that, because without that, this don't exist. So shout out to everyone who supports and who appreciates this. I know I went long, and it was just necessary. That's what came through. So that's what I was supposed to give to you all, and I hope that you all are able to take something from it and utilize it in your own personal life to better your surroundings, your environment, and your reality. So shout out to everyone. teachingsofmaat.org. Go there and purchase the merchandise. Sign up on the Discord and sign up for the newsletter. And I'll show that real quick, and then I'll close out. So teachingsofmaat.org is our home hub, and where you will find all our information. The beautiful affirmation here, Tehuti Pod class, Study God Sundays, the audio recording of the teachings of Amen and Mope are very, very powerful and great to listen to throughout the day to maintain the consciousness and the knowledge of what Maat is and what it means to follow Maat. The teachings of Ptah, Amen and Mope, and we're gonna put all these out in audio recordings because it's good to listen to, as I just taught about sound vibration. Together, we are going to step out the matrix, our Discord community, become a member of the great T.O.M. And, we can utilize whatever skill set that you have, whatever it is. And if you're willing to learn, we're ready to teach. So join us. And this is where you subscribe to the newsletter. You just input your email address here. You'll be added to our newsletter. You'll get 10% off if you're first time signing up to the newsletter. And as a member, you get 10% off for the entire time that you're a member. So I send you out a code, and that's specifically for the members to get 10% off, and we'll continue to add. All right. You can also donate here, Cash App and PayPal. So once you go to this more section here, meet the movement, and you go to Scribe. I'll show you mine since I was the one to present today. This is where you can subscribe to my YouTube. Subscribe here. Link to all my codes, my TikTok, my SoundCloud, YouTube, Instagram, my personal Cash App and Venmo, and Facebook. It's right here. So you can click this link here, and it'll take you to this page here, and you'll have access to all my social medias and my SoundCloud. Here's some videos from my spoken word of me performing in front of people and breaking matrices in front of people in real life, in real time, and showcasing this reality we exist in and how to come up out of it. All right, here's Ra Has Spoken that I played earlier. It's my personal Cash App, and here's my SoundCloud. So you can also listen to my SoundCloud here. And this is where my PDFs are. And this is where this presentation will be as well. I'll add it to here. So I add my presentations to here so you all can actually take this with you and use it to study. and they're ebooks in themselves. So what I just presented was a complete book. So I'll provide that for you all to have, right? Melanin Ptah, light and sound wave science, when I was speaking about biocentrism, right? So I go deep into the sound vibration because this is the reality we exist in, right? Sound and light vibration, right? Blackness, eternity, primordial waters, the serpent infinity, right? Going into some the archaeological artifacts and showing forth and what our ancient ancestors left behind for us, which are beautiful. And I go into these things and I go deeper each time. And I spoon feed, right? Because it's a ton of information. So you can purchase all that there. All right. And we also, have the same for the brother Ahati Maat. You can purchase his book here. Freedom Through God's Words. You got the ebook that you can purchase. And you can also get the physical book. And then once you sign up to create an account, you'll gain access to this account, access only. And once you sign up and come in, you'll see it then. You'll see it for yourself. I won't show it here, so you'll just have to create an account to see what's behind that door. And here is our volunteer section. So we also have a volunteer section if you just want to say, hey, I want to help with this. I have this I can bring forth. We allow you all to sign up for that here. So you can just click this link and it'll take you to another link, and we'll receive your email and we'll reach out to you to see what it is that you want to do to help us with. Whether it's just pass out business cards or whatever it is, whatever you find that you can do to help. That's what we're looking to do, is build with great brothers and sisters to get this information out. All right, so I'll stop sharing, and shout out to April Cabin Toy, who, if I'm not mistaken, is Mystic Mama, who just supported, and I'll show your support. Let me pull this up real quick so I can show that. All right, there we go. Share the screen. All right, here we go. Thankful student. Pop. Appreciate you all. Well, there we go. Rod Chelly got the same image. Great idea making your presentation available. Life doesn't permit me to move quickly enough. Slowly, I digest this valuable info over time. Yes, absolutely. All right. So with that being said, I'll close out and I'll say Hotep Ma'at. Peace and love to everyone here on the panel, the great brothers who stand with me as we continue to chop down and burn away this matrix and reintroduce the original matrix of Ma'at. Peace and love to all the great people in the chat. Bijan Farrow, Angela Gates, Stranger, shout out to you for your excellent support and for your continued activity in the chat. Ja Rashid, shout out to you as well. Maharu, great brother, peace to you. The sister Shannon, Carolina, Primordial Thought, the great brother here on the panel with us. Humble Books, I saw you earlier as well. Shout out to you. Robert Reyes, shout out to all the great people. So may you take this information and utilize it. One thing that, as I said, that I do as well is I create my own labels for my water bottles. That's something beautiful to do. Speak into your water. As you've seen, the crystals that formulate from the sound vibration, and not even just from the sound vibration, from the thought and just from showing your water something. Imbue yourself with that and inject that and you can break any spell that is holding you back from whatever it is. Utilize the nature around you to tap back into who we're supposed to be. So with that being said, Hotep Maat, may you all have a wonderful week. See you all tomorrow in MetaNetter class, MetaNetter Monday, 5 p.m. Pacific time. Reach out to us if you want to be a part of that, and continue to learn this light language. So Tua, peace and love, and I'll close with that.
Hotep Maat, beautiful show. Good brother Ahati, got some closing words? You're on mute.
Oh, thank you, brother. Yeah, I want to say peace to stranger, because you've been very consistent, and you signed up for the volunteer sheet. You're actually the only one that signed up so far, and you're always throwing down big donations. And I would love to see you one day, but of course it's on your time. But I'm really curious who you are, because you definitely have the spirit of Ma'at within you, and we really appreciate you. Primordial thought, I sent you an email, and I respect that you reached out to me so quickly, and you understand that the necessity for us to move quickly to work together once again, like our ancestors. So I appreciate you, Menkhu, sitting in your lounge chair up there. It looks like you're sitting in a chair with the flower behind you. On the arms, every time I see that backdrop you got, I'm wondering how, that looks like he's like in like a recliner with the Nasu holding him up. Eteth, great smile. Got the goddess behind him. Got his goddess to the right or left. I don't know. For somewhere she's sleeping around him, protecting him. And brother, I love your energy. Of course, you know that. And thank you again for reaching out to me during the week. I really appreciate that. And Ani, we'll talk. I respect you, and great work, brother.
Hotep Menkhu, you got some words you want to close out with, good brother?
I just want to say thank you to everybody. It's quite the experience to be in this energy of echoing the energy of the Netters, the Netteru. So there's no place I'd rather be. So we're in a good position. We just need to hold firm. So to you brothers for all that you are.
To peace, and good brother Primordial Thought, you're not a guest no more, good brother. We're gonna let you close it out. Shout out to you, good brother.
Hey, to all y'all, man. Appreciate y'all brothers' gratitude. And me, once again, man, gratitude to you, man. Ahati, I appreciate the love, man. You know I'm definitely gonna hit you right back. We definitely gotta meet up, most definitely. And to everybody that's on the chat, watching right now, or anybody in the future, all I can say is just lead with that left, and hopefully your left, that E, will lead you to joining and showing your face on the panel, and continue to support. Hotep.
Hotep, my peace and love. Peace and love to everybody on the panel that joined us. Peace and love to you, my good brother Ani, as Ahati said so beautifully in Friday's class. We will follow you, my good brother. We will absolutely follow you. Those that follow Ma'at will follow you. Peace and love to everybody in the chat. A beautiful, beautiful, beautiful teaching, of course. Shout out to everybody that support teachingsofmaat.org. Shout out to the best teacher, period. Our master teacher, Hail, Saba Tehuti, Amenhotep Ra. Henu to you, my brother. Henu to Ahati Ma'at. Henu to Menkhu, Ara Meri Ma'at. Henu to Ani Ptah Aten Tehuti. And henu to you, my good brother, Primordial Thought. And henu to everybody in the chat that supports. With that, we will end this beautiful, beautiful class as we do.
Good brother,
every week. Go ahead, brother.
There's one more support that we got in, and I want to show.
Beautiful, beautiful.
All right, let's show this. Terry Patty.
Terry Patty, shout out to you, good brother. Shout out to
What
Terry
up?
Patty.
Excellent presentation, Ani. Hail to the panel. Who are Terry Patty?
Shout out to you, Terry Patty. Shout out to everybody that support, man. This is excellent, man. Do y'all see the difference though? It's not even a comparison, man. It's not even a comparison just energy wise. You know what I mean? Just the love and the us building each other up and primordial thought, brother. Just so you know, brother, we building this thing brick by brick. So welcome, brother. We welcome you, brother, and we welcome everyone that wants to build, because we are building a nation here. So teachingsofmaat.org, y'all see what it is in real time. Peace to the Natiru. We're going to end as we do every week with our beautiful affirmation. From today's teachings by the scribe Ani Ptah, the vagina and the mouth are both portals. They both are used to give birth and create life. In the beginning was the word. It is the sound vibration, whether you know it to be a tone or whether you believe it to be flesh. Indeed, the tongue thence repeats what is in front of the heart. Thus was given birth to all the nectar. His Ptah's Ennead was complete. Lo, every word of the nectar came into being through the thoughts in the heart and the command by the tongue. Unki and Maat, un ns, nintet or set in Maat, menhepapet in Maat, her in hukui, her ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. Peace.
My eyes, then I woke up back in my bed. I could see my room as clear as looking through a lens. See, I thought I was awake, so then I tried to move, but my body shocked me like I was plugged in a socket. I started panicking and scrambling within my mental. I thought I died and now my body, I'm forever locked in. I was screaming, help me, someone help me please. But there wasn't any sound making it through my teeth. I could see movement in motion, shadows gather around me. How could I close my eyes already closed? Eating alkaline at this time, fasting reads so shocking. I was stuck in a paralysis, fear had me froze. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. I finally started waking up and coming back. I was in the opposite of sex effect. That's relaxed, I grabbed my phone and started to do research. Knowledge of what happened, I was in a lack. Insidious, the movie came direct to mind. Every time I seen this, it was connected to what's not divine. Demons crawling forcefully, holding the body down. Ain't no point in trying to scream, you will not make a sound. Deep within I knew I made that a reality. The all is mine, I saw it and so shall it be. I start replacing fear with knowing universe is mental. Talking to my subconscious to wake me up in dreams. Then one day my spirit guides came in so essential. Daylight astral playing loud in my dream helped to set me free. I'm back in paralysis laying on my couch. But this time I was calm, ready to exit out. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed. From what I read, I need to move my arms in front of me. See a rope and pull it, separate and then release. Now I'm out, I see my house is gleaming, I accept it. Looking in the mirror, staring at my car's reflection. I was so ecstatic, flying in every direction. This was months of subconscious reprogramming and redirection. Place my thoughts in my body, wake up, that's what I did. I was reborn from that day so I could start to live. It's time to shed. It's time to shed. I heard a voice in the back of my head. Rebirth, it's time to shed.
But I can only show you the door. You're the one that has to walk through it.